The Hetfield is strong with this one. Fun fact, she actually does the balancing and swords on her head and the belly dancing on stage live. That is a level of badass that I think is hard to top, really.
even if you're a prodigy. Honestly, I'm consciously feeling everybody don't like me, but when it's all in my head, it doesn't exist. I'm on a mission for the red. I got so much blood on my ice, yeah. To fix the facts, you'll never live my life now. Do you think you can make it happen like ya? Just take a chance, it'll never happen twice now. My fails are my inspiration to satisfy the fixation. Listen up, better be first to make the moves, better be quick to rise alone, better be on top of yourself, better never lose your mind. My fails are my inspiration. I know I gotta be patient cause I be saying the most, but then the more that I fail, the more I feel like a ghost. Shot of rejects have a toast, we always coming in close, but then it's taken from us, feeling like we should give up. But now's the time to stay up, don't you try to push your luck, don't pay no mind in no box. There is them, then there's us. Your lip is one on my bus, while you wet, I'm combust. I'ma stay shiny and you're gonna turn into rust. My fails are my inspiration to satisfy the fixation. Better be first to make the moves, better be quick to rise alone, better be on top of yourself, better never lose your control. My fails are my inspiration. Inspiration overdrive.
You're all going to die.
I think we're
down
about
here.
ready. Almost. We got a lot of biohazardous things to talk about today. So, I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready for coronavirus. I mean, I prepared quite a bit. How about you guys? I'm ready basically for the fucking plague apocalypse at this point. I don't know if I'm overdressed for the occasion. And by the way, yeah, I plan on wearing this for the stream. I mean, if I have to eat the soup, if I have to catch the disease, if I don't eat the bat soup and I don't catch the disease and I actually try to seek medical treatment and I'm racist, well, I guess I'm just gonna have to be a zombie. Because apparently that's the news that's coming out about it. Oh, you think that's cool? The back will trip you out. No, I can't even do it without knocking the goddamn mic stand over. Yeah. I don't know if you saw that. There's just so much fucking biohazardous shit to talk about today. I figured I'd just do the whole ensemble. Because the ensemble we get to look at right off the bat is just crazy. We're just gonna look at this one, unless there's another one that's popped up. So let's see. I guess you guys weren't able to see that, but there it says bioweapons unit on the back. Alright, let's see. Okay. Let's see. So 3 hours ago, an email video. Okay, so we're just gonna focus on this one. Alright. There's a heavier version of that song, by the way. It was in the Mad Max ripoff one that they did, where they're like driving through and the world is like a fucking desert and shit. So, let's see. I'm not answering that question because it's not your business what state I live in.
Okay, so after so many statements that I've made, you guys now know that...
This is what it would be like if one of the Geico cavemen from those commercials got a YouTube channel, yeah.
I'm not going to lay down and take the bombardment of... Have you noticed, like, every YouTuber, pretty much, every commentary channel is talking about me?
Yeah, why would commentary channels talk about something that's in the commentary sphere of YouTube? Why would people who don't focus specifically on, you know, world events, current events, news, or politics, who just focus on YouTube bullshit, talk about one of the biggest things in the world of YouTube bullshit, like this caveman russet face, who we've all known has been up to these things for the longest fucking time. It's always been suspected, and now he's getting looked in by like 3 different tiers of law enforcement.
Basically every commentary channel. They noticed that I was staying quiet for so...
Oh, that's right. You do need the screams. Hang on a second, ladies and gentlemen. Let me get that booted up really quick. That's one thing I forgot. Oh, no, I cannot believe I clicked on that. Is that going to sit in my driver? No, fuck. Oh, boy. Well, we're going to have to just wait that shit out because Virtual DJ got opened. I need to remove that from my fucking taskbar. There's not enough available memory. What are you talking about? What do you mean there's not enough? Oh. Okay, so I can't run that. So immediately I start the stream thinking I'm Joe fucking cool. And then I accidentally click on the wrong thing. And let me guess, it's gonna sit in memory forever. Thank you, Virtual DJ. You need to be reprogrammed, even though you totally won't be. Alright, let's replug that in again. Okay. Let's use that. Let's use that. Let's go to open. I don't care about untitled.flp. And then let's go back here. I didn't fucking save any of that. Oh, that's lovely. Well, we'll get the screams later. I was, like, less prepared for this than I wanted to be. Oh, well.
So long that they felt safe, like predators, to
That's rich. Flip the fucking script like that. That's real nice.
approach and attack, You know, they're like, oh,
I'm ready for attack. I don't know if you can fucking tell.
he's not fighting back, which means I could totally make a video and get away with it.
Is this the way you fight back, by incriminating yourself more? Dude, in the very first one of these videos that you ever put out yesterday, you said yourself that people you supposedly care about and care about you, so I'm going to presume you mean family, were telling you to keep your mouth shut. They weren't telling you to keep your mouth shut so you don't have your side of the story out there. They were telling you to keep your mouth shut because you're so fucking bad at getting your point across, so bad at keeping your web of lies consistent that you can only damage your own case. You can only do yourself more harm.
Because I can just say whatever I want now, and everybody believes it because there's no other side to the story.
Your side of the story is full of more holes than a block of Swiss cheese.
But now that you know the other side of the story, what are you left with?
You're left with a guy who looks like he's wearing the overgrown toddler ensemble. What are you fucking wearing? Where did you find this in the back of fucking LL Bean or Burlington Coat Factory? What the fuck?
The whole idea was that this person, Sarah, was an alleged victim, right?
Yeah, an alleged victim of your sorry ass. You found her in a bad situation in her life with family, a lot of, dysfunctionality going on there. You exploited it for your own fucking personal gain. Jesus Christ.
Right? And then you find out that this alleged victim actually blackmailed and sexually extorted people.
Oh, yeah, so they did what you do to people. They blackmailed and sexually extorted you. How?
Into sleeping with her. Like, that's the most gross thing.
Yeah, it's real gross when a guy in his fucking mid-30s has to find somebody in a broken section of their life and say, you know what, I'm going to give you everything you don't have in life right now. Me and my foot are going to take care of you. We're going to look after you. You're going to be so well kept by us. Oh, and by the way, occasionally you're going to have to suck my dick and fuck my wife, and then when we're done, we're going to throw you out on your ass like it's nothing, and we're going to keep slandering the ever-living shit out of you. Just so you stay the fuck up, stay the fuck off YouTube.
And then later on,
Did I watch all the videos? Lynn Lore asks. No, I didn't.
apologized for raping myself and my spouse.
Oh, you were raped. Oh, no, you were raped by somebody you sexually extorted. What did she do? Wrap a butcher knife in fucking sandpaper and jam it in your ass? Oh.
Literally apologized for it.
So the rape apologist is going to flip rape apologism on somebody else. Nice. You look like a fucking Chucky doll right now.
And the way it was apologized is a person...
At this point, you can just hear the gears in his brain grinding to a halt.
...who's actively leaving the house because she feels unwelcome. She's going to go hang out with her friend because...
Yeah, who would want to hang out in a house with fucking Chucky here? Who would want to hang out in a house with a guy whose head is the size of an overinflated basketball, running around screaming and yelling all of his problems in life at everybody around him, forcing you to make fucking videos where you're saying nothing is going on, where everything is going on that people are accusing of going on? Oh, Jesus Christ. I almost want to start this video over because it's so stupid. I almost want to start this video over and get to this point because it's so fucking stupid. Let's do that. Let's do that fucking really quick. And let me get, by the way, let me get the sound effects reloaded here. Because now I gotta figure out where the fuck it was I even put them. Oh, that's right. It was on the desktop. So, let's see. You go here, and you turn the fucking limiter off, because fuck that stupid thing. And then you go and open. I should have done this beforehand. I thought I had this fucking saved. I love kombucha! Open. Okay. You try! Imagine getting yelled at by somebody.
What am I gonna do now?
Good God, loading these just shows the absurdity even more. If it was getting yelled at by somebody with a voice like that.
Ruin my entire career.
Oh, these are great. All right, and one more. There we go. That's really the winner right there. All right.
Okay, so after so many statements that I've made, you guys now know that
the Geico cavemen from the commercials got their own YouTube channel. Yep.
I'm not going to lay down and take the...
You should lay down. You've been doing this shit for 24 hours non-fucking stop. Is your goal to just pass out of exhaustion on camera until you get like a 9-hour-long video of you just like knocked out against the door back there?
Bombardment. Have you noticed like every YouTuber, pretty much, every commentary channel is talking about me?
Yeah, and like I said, because I wanted to do a second take of this because I botched the absolute fuck out of the first one. What are these people supposed to talk about? They don't talk about like current events and politics and news. They talk about YouTube shit. So in that realm of news, I guess, what's the biggest thing right now? Russet Caveman, the onion groomer, is getting investigated by 3 different levels of law enforcement, all culminating in one large investigation by, you know, sharing info and information and evidence and whatever they're doing in their investigation. That's like a huge thing for channels like this. Are they supposed to just ignore that because doing so would make you feel better?
Basically every commentary channel. They noticed that I was staying quiet for so long that they felt safe, like predators.
Oh yeah, flip that shit around, Mr. Predator. That's real easy for you to do. You stayed quiet because you're a gigantic motherfucking pussy who was afraid he was going to get roasted alive like he is now, and you're reacting only in the way you are because you're getting roasted alive because you have no way to walk your way out of this shit easy anymore. You used to just be able to manipulate your audience on a whim, and now you can't. Nice. You did that to yourself. The raid of Russet Ranch. Russet Ranch is under siege. U.S. Marines, hard, huge guns waiting to be shot.
To approach and attack. You know? They're like, oh, he's not fighting back, which means I could totally make a video and get away with it.
Yeah, I can make a video whenever the fuck I want, and I can get away with it whenever the fuck I want, and however the fuck I want, because I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not violating terms of service by shitting on you the way that I am and the way that I have for years. And nobody who does content on you is, by the way, they're not doing anything to violate your personal rights whatsoever. And if this is your method of fighting back, as I said in my first take, which I fucked up, you know, this is ridiculous. You were told to shut your mouth for your own good. You can't defend yourself without incriminating the fuck out of yourself.
Because I can just say whatever I want now, and everybody believes it, because there's no other side to the story.
Your side of the story is a ridiculous farce of your attempt to repaint reality. You just want to reconstrue the facts that make you come out on top in a way that makes you come out on top. You know, get in your DeLorean and go back in time and change the past.
But now that you know the other side of the story, what are you left with? The whole idea was that this
We're left with a fucking big bunch of bullshit that has more holes in it than a block of Swiss cheese.
person, Sarah, was an alleged victim, right?
Alleged by you, proven by herself. Sarah was a young girl from a bad situation at home who wanted out of that situation, and you and your footwife offered her an out for that situation. You exploited that for your own gratification and sexual gain. You sick fucking people wanted to sexually conquest somebody in a situation they could barely even handle, and threw them into a situation they again could barely even handle. Then you forced them to lie about what the fuck was going on to save your own ass on YouTube. You fucking pathetic sack of shit.
And then you find out that this alleged victim actually blackmailed and sexually extorted people into sleeping with her.
Oh, really? So it's the way that you sexually extort and blackmail people to sleep with them. Hey, tell me some personal stuff about your life and I'll pretend to give a fuck about it. So when I'm done fucking you, I can throw you under the bus, slander your name all over the internet because I used to have a big command over my audience. Now it's just a bunch of middle-aged thoughts throwing fucking money at me for whatever fucking reason they want to spend through their 401k that way. And yeah, fuck you. You're such a fucking asswipe.
Like, that's the most gross thing.
What the most gross thing is here is you looking like fucking Chucky, Mr. Overgrown Toddler. Mommy dressed me today and got my best suspenders out. I would dress a 5-year-old like this, not a fucking 35-year-old. And this is coming from a dude dressed like a fucking Umbrella Corps soldier.
And then later,
Fucking Jesus. I can literally wear this fucking stupid shit and still look more dignified than fucking bobblehead Mr. Pop Vinyl in the flesh, fucking dressed up like Tintin.
on, apologized for RAPING, myself and my spouse.
Oh, you got raped. She got the fucking yard rake out and just stuffed it up both our asses.
Literally apologized for it. And
The rape apologist is gonna flip rape apology on somebody else. Nice.
the way it was apologized is a person who's actively leaving the house because she feels unwelcome. She's going to go hang out with her friend because
If I was in a house with somebody who just yammers on and on endlessly about stupid ways of accountability they can escape the way you do, looking like you do, I'd be fucking running out of there because I figure it'd be only a matter of time before you go to the kitchen and get a butcher knife and chase me the fuck out of there saying, "You're my best friend."
said I didn't want to do anything with her. And she hates rejection, can't handle rejection. So she's leaving with...
Yeah, the guy who can't handle rejection is going to say somebody else can't handle rejection. Why won't you fucking stay with me? Why are you leaving me and ruining my name online?
her suitcase and she says, I'm sorry for RAPING you. And then...
Yeah, I don't believe that. I believe that about as much as I believe that Bugs Bunny is the president of fucking Mongolia.
leaves. It was the most ridiculous. I was just like, well, at least she admits it. Hopefully she sticks to that. And then she just denies it altogether.
Oh, yeah, that's a real fucking nice take from you. You know, if you're gonna fucking have a claim like this, make it flattering so I come out on top. Fuck yourself.
Acts like it doesn't even happen. Ridiculous.
This is a fucking girl that met you and your foot when she was like 14 years old. Okay? Yeah, somebody had been planning it ever since they were just in their early teens to go fuck over Waterhead here.
Anyway, so you have all these channels that are...
So moving on from that, now that I've just taken a fucking nuclear dump all over somebody's fucking decency as a human being, fucking run their name through the mud so much you would have thought I ran it through a sewage plant. Let's just move on. Since I've got no fucking shame, let me just fucking move on. That's nice.
They have a choice to make. They either ignore my detailed recantment, not recant.
Oh yeah, your detailed recantment. The recantment that I would expect from somebody who physically took their brain out of their skull, bounced it against the wall a couple of times to make sure they were really fucking extra special, fucking exceptional, put it back in, and then tried to detail the events. Yeah.
Tard. Calling of regard.
Yep, I'm looking at one.
Calling of everything that happened. Which is actually documented. If you look at the Shiloh case, it's documented. If you look at the Billy case, it's documented.
Where the fuck is it? Where are these documents, Griggy boy? Griggy boy? Where are they fucking documented at? Where is all the fucking stacks of papers that prove your side right and their side wrong? Because all we've seen so far is an avalanche of evidence that proves their side right and your side wrong, and you're fucking sweating bullets right now because you're up shit creek without even a boat.
Very closely, you look at my old videos, you'll find them.
Oh, we gotta go back to your library, just like you did in the debate with me. Well, why don't you go look through my fucking 200 million videos on bullshit nobody gives a fuck about? It'll prove me right.
And people re-upload them and stuff. But if you look at these, they're all documented, and my statements match. You ever notice that?
Actually, no, they don't. Your statements contradict each other so fucking goddamn much, it's unfucking believable. When people go and try to verify your statements matching one another in your videos from what you're saying and dumb shit like this, they never match up. So nice try.
You think I would actually go back and just like watch all these boring videos that I make and be like, oh yeah, that's what I said. I gotta remember to say that.
Yeah, pretty much. You probably do. No, you don't, because you're too dumb to do that.
Oh no, that's what I said. I don't have time for that. I put like zero effort into any of these videos because I'm just a person talking.
You put zero effort into anything because you're not talented. You're not gifted in anything except being unbelievably exceptional.
That's it. So if you match my work,
You've been up for 24 hours anyway, just fucking yammering in this room in your house. Like, what the fuck? Every 2 hours, you make another fucking video. He probably has another one up right now. Let's see. Refresh. Maybe he finally fucking stopped. Nope, 6 minutes ago.
now, my words then, you're going to have maybe a 5% error percentile. And that's memory problems. You know, it's talking about 8 years ago, where certain details might be blurry.
Okay, so I don't give a fuck. You got a shit memory because you're trying to keep up with a fucking web of lies. Ginnerella.
But overall, you have a consistent storyline of me enduring crazy bitch after crazy bitch and dumping them for being crazy bitches.
Gregory, let me tell you something. From my own personal experiences with people. If you are in a never-ending fucking cavalcade of bad relationships where every single person that you meet is a crazy bitch after a crazy bitch after a crazy bitch, there might just be that very slim chance that you're the person that's making them crazy. What the fuck? Jesus. And what does polling the bear mean? Like, I don't understand. You've been saying that in my chat since yesterday. Polling the bear. You mean poking the bear? Does the K key not work on your keyboard?
Like, I'm talking about lying, committing crimes, cheating.
You committed crimes and smoked illegal drugs!
Etc. You know, like, for instance, Billy. We broke up with her, and then she goes and sleeps with some dude.
Why is it always we when it's just you recanting the story?
While he's drunk.
Like, it's always him. It's never anybody else's fucking perception on it. It's just his. The Foot has no fucking say in it whatsoever.
Sounds like Billy RAP'd that guy, unless she was drunk too.
RAPAD'd? She rapped him? Okay, well, I want to hear that mixtape. It's probably fire as fuck. What's your mixtape sound like, Russet Man?
I guess they RAP'd each other. I don't know.
I don't know, but it sounds like you got a rape fetish because you can't stop talking about it.
I don't know what happened there, but she just casually went out and slept with somebody, and then she was like, when I said...
Well, if you're not in a relationship anymore, they can do whatever the fuck they want. And if it hurts your fucking feelings, you're free to go find somebody else that doesn't hurt your feelings because you're an insecure man, baby, who doesn't understand how fucking relationships work or the dynamics between human peer bonding. Yeah, I released a new video. He's like 6 or 7 minutes ago.
You know, you can come back with us. She said, I don't know if you want that because I actually slept with somebody. And I was like, you weren't dating us. It's fine. You weren't dating us. So
But here you are bitching about it, though.
Okay, but she's like, it was kind of sleeping with them because they had whiskey DICK. And that means that the dude was probably drunk.
You're probably living in a permanent case of whiskey dick. I don't know. I mean, from everything that's described, sex with you is like what it would feel like if a couch tried to fuck someone.
It's just, you know, a PSA to people in general. You don't sleep with people when they're intoxicated.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that, Greg. You shouldn't have weird house parties and shit with, like, young people all over that you're probably sleeping with. Oh, sensationalism! Sensationalism! Suck it! You should probably, you know, look at that fucking face. Jesus Christ. You can't shit on somebody that way because that's not how I would do it. You have to do it my way. Jesus.
You just don't. You don't do that. There was this guy a long time ago, V1I. He allegedly slept...
There was this one guy one time called Gregory who wanted to exploit some of the most fucked up things in the life of young women just so he could get what he wanted out of them with his penis. Yeah. So let's go on V1I. A guy who had arguably worse hair than you. Shit looked like cotton candy made out of meth.
With a 15-year-old when she was drunk. And everybody loves him.
How do we know that you haven't used alcohol as a method to kind of like ease them into the mood more? You know, we only know what's been talked about so far. What if that came out, you know, Mr. James Epstein?
Now, he's great. They're totally happy with him now. But back then, he admitted to what he did.
Maybe you should admit to what you did. Maybe you should have some fucking integrity and admit that you don't want to get into relationships with women your own age because they see through your bullshit. And it's just easier for you to get into relationships with women that are young and they're not really versed in relationships yet.
and nobody cares anymore. Isn't that crazy that you could do that? That things happen and people just selectively decide to forget it.
Yeah, it's funny how it works out for you like that, Greg, because you're talking about yourself now.
Anyway, you don't do that because the person's intoxicated, okay?
Oh, I'm glad for the moral lesson. You know, do you want to tell me more about how, like, pedophilia is bad, since you're very well versed in it yourself?
It's a totally inappropriate...
Tell me about how, like, child grooming sucks, because you're a pretty big expert on it. You got your PhD.
thing, because that person can't consent. There was
a show that I was working on, guys. It was going to be called The Greg Cosby Show.
My ex-sister-in-law. Well, she wasn't my sister-in-law yet, but I had always wanted to,
Fuck her?
I wanted to pursue a relationship with her someday.
Well, Jesus fucking Christ, that just fucking, oh.
After we first met. We were 3 years apart, but I was 18 and I think she was 15 or 16.
Why am I not even shocked that you wanted to fuck your sister-in-law when you were 18 and she was 15? In-law or not, woo, lad.
So it was weird, and I didn't pursue that because it was weird.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure, because it was weird. Yeah, you were probably just fucking just cooming like a motherfucker. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, you thought it was so weird. Oh, God. It was so weird, guys. Oh, God, I'm cooming! Ah! It's just really weird, guys.
She got drunk one night, and she attempted to kiss me when we were alone.
So I whipped out my dick, and...
She was drunk. I blame it on the alcohol that she tried to kiss me.
She was 15 years old and was drunk? What the fuck is going on in your household where fucking 15-year-olds are drunk and are around you and trying to get into sexual situations with you? Oh, boy. I'm not gonna play Sweet Home Alabama because I actually like that song, and because it's, like, probably copywritten like fucking Fort Knox. I'm not gonna risk doing what I did with Careless Whisper yesterday.
But I dodged it. I moved my head so she missed kissing me entirely.
Oh yeah, the literal coomer of YouTube is gonna fucking dodge away from some woman trying to show him affection. A guy with a penis so small you could see it only with the assistance of the mirror telescope, like right up on the fucking goddamn thing, with insecurities. More insecurities, like if you were to quantify like the number of his fucking insecurities, he'd have more than the population of Los Angeles County. Yeah, fucking get out of here. You're gonna avoid something like that, you're gonna dive right the fuck into it the way your fucking soul dived into the short end of the gene pool and cracked its skull open when it fucking hit the ground. Fuck off.
And later that night, we held hands until the morning, and then when the morning came...
When the morning comes...
she said, what the F? Like, not realizing she was holding hands with me all night.
Yeah, because her creepy, water-headed, half-retarded, simple Jack fucking brother-in-law tried to make out with her and shit. Oh, good lord, why are you admitting to this? What are you doing?
So, that happened. I held hands with somebody who was intoxicated once.
Yeah, I bet it went way further than that. Oh, God. What was going on in your household? What is going on in your fucking house? Oh, God, Eric Strickerverse. Oh, God, I'm grooming. Ah! Yeah, pretty much. This is so gross. This is so fucking disgusting. Why are you telling people this? You know, I mean, it's not like I even believe, for one, if this happened at all, that you have any fucking restraint. This is so gross.
But she, as I understand, recites it differently, which is weird because she's drunk. Anyway, the point is that...
Oh, God, this is so fucking vile. And you never shut up about her either, you stupid fucking piece of shit. You just gotta bring it up even more. You're the one who, like, brought her nipples up and shit in a video, you creepy asswipe. You fucking weirdo. God, what is the fucking matter with you? You wouldn't even shut the fuck up. You would just keep fucking emailing her over and 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 over again. Fucking
in
creep.
The past, I have turned down people who are drunk. I refuse.
I don't believe that. Just like I really wish people who did that interview with you in front of your fucking house weren't naive enough to believe, well, you slept in your car because you didn't want to fucking be in a bad situation. Yeah, I probably went back in when you fucking passed the fuck out, for all you know.
To go there because it didn't feel right. And that's why you don't go around sleeping with people who have whiskey dick or anything like that.
You can't sleep with somebody that has whiskey dick because they're so fucking intoxicated they can't get hard. Do you know what fucking whiskey dick is? Since you look like one. And you still thirsting over your fucking ex-sister-in-law, and like you're thirsting over her like you're walking through the fucking Sahara Desert, and she still fucking rejects you. Who the fuck would want to screw this fucking Chucky doll? Jesus, you creepy weirdo. You're gonna sit there and talk about what a fucking daddy dom you are and shit with these fucking suspenders on and this gay-ass fucking sweater. Look at you. Fucking look at you. I'm sitting here shitting on how you're dressed. Fucking dressed like I'm in fucking Resident Evil, for God's sake. You look dumber than I do, and I went out of my way to look fucking stupid.
And that's why you just generally respect the law and so forth.
Yeah, you know what? You should stop breaking the law, asshole.
Now, people have talked about the FBI. Like, the Federal Bureau of Investigation is going to be...
The Federal Bureau of Russet Investigation.
You tried to do the FBI, didn't work. You tried to do the police, didn't work.
Arthur Fleck goes full retard.
You tried to do the FBI, didn't work. You
so interested in someone who slept with an 18-and-a-half-year-old.
Didn't work.
Sure, an 18-and-a-half-year-old who blackmailed people into sleeping with her. Okay. And then later on apologized for...
Greg, the FBI deals with worthless pieces of shit like you all the fucking time. All the time. So, good luck trying to manipulate your way out of that fucking one. God, your life is fucking over.
PING them. Okay. Seems like you should be investigating the other person, personally. I would press charges. I totally would.
You can't press charges. A prosecutor's office presses charges. What can you do?
But...
What can you do besides look like a fucking greasy, sweaty pedophile on the fucking internet?
How do you prove it?
They fucking seize all of your assets, and they go through your computers, and they basically are within their luck that you're an idiot who thinks simply deleting your files is good enough. Like, you can't recover stuff that's been deleted.
How do you prove it? You know, I can't prove it. I didn't voice record.
Bronx Beats, has he been charged with anything? Learn how an investigation works. The charges are probably already on their way. They're building a case. I love when people sit there and they fucking and shit themselves over it without even understanding how process fucking works. Yeah, I watched a true crime documentary once, and now I am a fucking a lawyer.
Everything that was said, so you just have someone verbally saying to me that something happened. I can't do anything about it. Meanwhile, this other person says they have a laptop, and they've had this laptop for years? I think it's years.
Years.
And
now you're going to change facts.
Somehow...
It's been around for months. It was poorly fucking handled. The whole thing was just turned into a clusterfuck. Nobody's even denying that, but years. Let me just rewrite history.
Just now recently...
By the way, dumb fuck, you're the one that surrounded your entire property and the inside of your house with security cameras. So, if anything, you have all the documented evidence of the fucking fucked up shit that's gone on in there. And if they need to subpoena, if you're using a fucking security system that writes everything to a remote cloud, the company that has that file or those files or that data, they can and they will. Because these companies have to comply with warrants and subpoenas from federal and law enforcement agencies.
Came across things that were offensive to them. So...
Oh, okay, so when you exploit some of the most fucked up shit in somebody's life, that's just offensive. Okay.
There would be like SWAT instantly on somebody who actually had that.
Well, for all we know, that might be coming. I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of like prepared. I'm kind of prepared. More for a zombie apocalypse in this particular getup, but I don't know. You're pretty zombie-like. You're pretty devoid of a soul. You look like The Walking Dead right now. You look like you even slept in days and decided to just fucking dress up like some fucking toddler from the 1980s.
But the problem is you have somebody who says they have evidence and nothing happens versus another person who says they don't have evidence and of course nothing's going to happen.
What are you talking about? When Austin Jones got prosecuted for what he ended up fucking getting prosecuted for. The initial investigation was just started on a hunch. It was started by just word of mouth. Girl went to the cops and said this fucking happened. They started accumulating on evidence without this idiot even fucking knowing. And then when he started getting all the fucking process pushed against him, the way our system works here, he started making all these fucking like apology videos about it, thinking that'd be enough to get him out of fucking trouble. You're an idiot.
So you have a liar.
You're a fucking idiot.
Who has nothing.
Oh, also, let me go look at that comment really quick. It says, I really can't wait for the Jim Can't Swim episode on Mr. Rupsit, man at lulls. When he's arrested and interrogated by the feds. Anybody else watch Jim Can't Swim? Jim Can't Swim is really good. His channel basically looks at interrogation videos that are done by the police. The guy does basically he like narrates like what the like he shows like what the cops are doing, like their tactics in the interview, essentially. It's a really interesting look at this kind of shit. It's a very interesting channel. You should see the one video series he did about Chris Watts. Holy shit. It was mind-blowing.
But says they do, and nothing's happening as a result. And you have a person who's telling the truth, but doesn't have evidence, and that's the way the world works.
The world works based on an idiot who surrounded himself in something he wanted to protect himself with, and then it ended up being the thing that could be used against him in your case, you know. So you videotaping all of your dumb statements, and you fucking surveilling every inch of your fucking property with whatever the fuck goes on in there. You fucked yourself with. You can't defend yourself worth of shit, and you've completely botched any hope for you having any defense, because the more you do this shit, the more you fuck over your case.
I don't have a way to do a...
Yeah, Kazoom does the narration on it. He's really cool. You should watch his channel, too.
RAPE kit, because it was a legal thing and not so much a physical force thing.
Oh, okay, so rape is only rape if it's physically violent. Another wonderful statement from the head of water. Fucking idiot.
You just gotta sit around and have people go, oh, well, you're older, so there's no way you could have been RAPED'd.
That's not even a fucking conversation being had.
That's called rape apology. You know what
Yeah, it's something that you've engaged in.
that is? It's where you cast disbelief on someone saying they're a victim by...
You've done that the entire video, you dumb fuck. Maybe not specifically about rape, but in a way, you're doing abuse apology, you stupid son of a bitch.
using whatever common, stupid stereotype you can use. And that doesn't make you look good. It doesn't make...
There's not a thing on Earth or in this universe, observable universe, or even multiverse that can make you look good. Certainly not the LL Bean Chucky fucking attire.
any sense.
Again, I mean...
But what's great to me is that she acknowledged in that moment that she did what she did.
You coerced that video out of her if you're talking about the video where she apologized for all the fucking shit that was being said. You and your fuckhead fucking wife said, you know what, you're gonna make this fucking video, and then she released footage of fucking 6 or 7 different takes that she did, crying her eyes out because she didn't want to have to lie just to save your fucking ass. Who the fuck wants to do that? Jesus.
And I respected that she actually apologized.
Oh, I'm glad that she respected the fact she fucking just gave up and gave you what you wanted. That's so nice you respected that. Mork from Pedo Orc, somebody says in chat. Indigo Moonchild has got a little bouncing ha 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 guy. Epstein the Onion petition. I don't... Okay, don't put that in there. I know you're making a joke, but don't put that shit down. Corona is a shitty beer. I want Kentucky bourbon ale virus. Yeah, I mean, if I'm gonna get a virus, you know, and I'm just gonna get the woo flu, you know, I'm basically I'm gonna want the Tennessee honey flu, basically. If I'm gonna get fucking killed by alcohol, in a sense, I want my choice of it, okay? Can I get the Jameson fever, at least?
But clearly she didn't mean the apology, because later...
If I'm gonna die, like, fucking puking my brains out, I want a choice in the matter, so... Yeah. He's got Jaeger syndrome.
She's like, no. Ridiculous.
Yeah, you look fucking ridiculous. Mommy dressed me today, and she found my best sweater and my suspenders, and I actually go into public looking like this. I could go, like, walking around my fucking area of town, like, wearing this shit and cause less suspicion than being a fucking pop vinyl that gained sentience and walked around fucking Washington looking like Chucky.
Like, what happened? What happened in
Ew, Bud Light disease. That's one that'll fucking kill you.
between you leaving the house and you saying sorry for RAPINGU, guys, and now? Was it me saying I can't handle people with BPD?
You can't handle yourself very well, so no, you can't. A message. Oh, good, he's got a message. How many more of these is he gonna make? Is he now just sharting them out every fucking half hour?
I made this video where I was like, dude, I'm done dealing with people who have BPD unmedicated, by the way. If you're medicated, you can probably be fine, but...
You know, medication isn't really the best way to treat BPD, and if you weren't a complete and total fucking dumb fuck, you'd know that. Dialectical behavioral therapy is one of the best treatments that, and CBT as well, some of the best treatments for BPD, because they feel that being able to intellectually work your problems out kind of undoes a lot of the fucked up side effects of having borderline personality disorder. So maybe if you weren't just fucking mommy's power child, you know, moon fucking child, whatever the fuck you think you are, and you actually believed in science and understood anything about psychology, you'd know that.
If you're not medicated, you're going to be a problem. You're going to be a huge problem.
Yeah, you're going to be a huge-headed problem in the life of everybody around you, especially those that tell you to shut your fucking goddamn mouth and not roast yourself alive by trying to talk your way out of accountability. The slow chat is on Kino, but it's a way for me to keep up with chat. That's why I keep it slower. It's so I can actually keep up with what's going on in it. Otherwise, it's just...
Most everybody I've talked to who has BPD knows that they are a problem to people around you.
And is that something to put somebody down for, identifying the problem? You know what's a worse problem? When you're a Chucky doll that refuses to fucking understand that they have severe mental issues that need addressing, and instead fall back on whatever stupid bullshit your fucking crazy mother and aunt filled your fucking giant water-filled head with. You have severe issues. You've had them your entire life. Normal people do not treat people the way you treat people. Or I shouldn't say normal, but neurotypical people. Whatever the fuck these people put you through fucked you up psychologically really badly, and you've been in a huge amount of denial your whole fucking life about it. I don't have to have a psychology degree to understand that. It's staring me right the fuck in the face. I've been through this shit too. I'm re-entering therapy soon, so I can determine whether or not I actually have BPD, or what's known as CPTSD, which is complex PTSD, because of a lot of things that I've gone through in my fucking life. Because of the side effects of having either one are extremely similar on a surface level, they're understanding more now that a lot of people who were previously diagnosed as borderline may actually not have, in fact, borderline. They may actually have CPTSD as a result of profound trauma and a lot of fucked up shit that they went through, and they just handled it wrong by not having any coping skills and damming it all down. So, yeah. You know? Jesus.
They get crazy emotional. They mix up stories.
Sounds like you.
They remember everything emotionally and not how it actually happened.
Yeah, sounds like you quite a bit.
It's like a psychotic world to be in. And when they're...
Yeah, so let me go put people down for living in that hell because I'm so much better than them and my narcissistic ass self.
Mad at you, when people who have BPD are mad at you, you feel like you're going to get murdered.
Yeah, I feel like I'm about to get stabbed by my fucking buddy doll here.
Literally. Because they are like, they look at you with, like in Sarah's case, they look at you with black eyes.
Yeah, they look at me with dead, hollow eyes that are getting like fucking pushed down into their fucking like face further by their eyebrows because all of their fucking filler injects into their forehead are like fucking leaking. God, you're gross.
And They have no love for you. They have no respect for your life or anything like that.
Why are you talking about yourself again? Projection.
All they can do is feel that rage building up on them.
He's getting angry just talking about it. You're projecting more than a movie theater projector right now. I need to put up a screen behind me. And you just project right onto it.
And then the murderous feeling that they feel inside of it.
Oh, you mean like when you're running around the house screaming at your kids to take some responsibility? Firing another one out the fucking window because you didn't want them climbing on the bed or whatever the fuck happened there? You know? I'm not above thinking that maybe a couple of times you smacked your fucking footwife around too. You think I believe for a second a motherfucker like you even has an inkling of impulse control? Are you fucking kidding me? I've got anger problems myself, but the people who scare me the most with fucking anger problems are people like you. Because when they get emotional and they get in the moment, they don't fucking give a shit about a thing that they do. They don't try to take a fucking step back and mentally count to 10 and cool off for a minute. They just act. And it just comes out. People like you, when they kill somebody, it's mostly, by definition, on accident, because their intention wasn't to actually murder anybody, but they just let their emotions get to the best of them, and there you go. Well, I wasn't thinking, so I shoved Kai out through the fucking window.
It's a mental disorder, okay?
Tori Hart says, I have BPD, and not everybody that has BPD does this. Not everybody who has BPD handles it the same. Don't let what this asshole... Hey, let me just talk to you for a minute here. Don't let what this asshole says about BPD get under your skin. He's trying to just gaslight people. He has narcissistic personality disorder. He's just trying to gaslight anyone and everyone that he's mad at right now. Even if it's for people, you know, on the periphery of it. Even if it's just people that are watching it. So, you know, everybody that's in the chat here, everybody that's watching, we know that's not the case, that, you know, people with it, they all come in different shapes and forms, of course. They all handle things differently. But don't let it get under your skin. You know, he's just fucking word vomiting the way a narcissist word vomits. You know, little baby is out of his control has been taken away from him now. So what can he do?
And somebody said that, you know, she doesn't have...
Imagine if I went on Chris Hansen dressed up like this. I should have no. I'm glad I didn't, but... So what's with the getup? I'm like, it's getting pretty hairy out there. I don't know. I mean,
BPD. Then what does she have? Because she was actively taking medication. She called them meth or speed pills. She was actively doing that, and she would say that she was...
Yeah, the guy who's been up for 24 hours making stupid video on his iPhone, looking fucking Adderalled out of his mind, is going to say someone like Sparrow has been taking speed? Really? I fucked with a lot of stupid shit when I was younger, and I can tell you, you're on something, and I'm trying to figure out what the fuck it is. I've been for a while. Because in some videos, you act like you're on something like an opiate. In other videos, you're just cracked out of your mind, and you're fucking like jittery and all over the place, like you crushed up a bunch of Adderall and snorted the fucking shit. I don't know, but you do act like... you act like... well, the way I acted when I was doing dumb shit. There's a familiarity there, you know, that bothers me. So you're going to shit on somebody else for their use of illicit materials and then completely deny the obvious physical appearance of you potentially fucking indulging in those same vices yourself. Nice.
She's off her pills and then she...
Imagine if this guy was like on PCP. Could you imagine what that video would be like? Jesus Christ. He's like on bath salts. It'd be like the kombucha video, except he'd be busy eating somebody's fucking face.
You say she's back on her pills, so what are the pills for? But no.
What is that your business, asshole? Aren't you the same fucking person that had one of these girls stop taking their bipolar medication because Dr. James thought he was in the right to say that they should because he thought he knew what he was doing? Are you so fucking retarded you don't understand how some of this stuff works? Are you that fucking goddamn brain dead you don't understand that if you just cold turkey stop taking medications like what they use to treat borderline, treat bipolar, treat schizophrenia, major depressive disorder, that by doing that you can severely fuck somebody up even more? You don't understand anything about like brain chemistry or anything like that? or how these medications work? No, because you're a dumb fucking idiot who doesn't read up on any of this shit. Maybe you just get a massage from mom and all your problems will go away. She can fondle your ass and your balls again.
No, she said that she had BPD, and she literally took my video that I made about people with BPD personally.
Well, yeah, because your intention is to gaslight people.
And that's when she launched the malicious and vindictive attack on me.
Feelings!
You tried to do the FBI, didn't work!
Wait, that wasn't it.
You tried to do the police, didn't work!
Yeah, well, that works as well, but yeah, you hurt my feelings! Hang on a second. Link to controller. How do I... Okay, I'm gonna try something here. Really quick. Channel through. I'm gonna try something really quick, because it just occurred to me that I might actually know how to do this. Okay, let's go to C5 on the keyboard here, which would be the root note for all this. Okay, I don't know why it's doing it like that. What I was trying to do is assign like each one of these sound effects to a pad. So let's see, maybe if I just change the octave like really fucking high. Let's see. Piano roll. No, that's not it. I want the actual...
I love kombucha! I love kombucha!
Huh. Okay, well that doesn't seem to work correctly. Whatever, I don't give a fuck. I'll just do it the way that I've been doing it, and I'll figure it out later.
And I stayed silent for a long time, and I said I didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings, but...
I don't want to hurt anyone's fucking feelings, but at the end of the day,
I love kombucha!
Yeah, you love drinking fucking, like, vegetable piss or whatever the fuck kombucha is. It's only the CBD kind of kombucha that I can really give a chance. I'm sorry, kombucha fans out there. There's only, like, one of these types of things that I've ever fucking had that actually tastes good to me. It just makes me want to, like, just have a V8 instead, frankly. I don't know.
You know what? It's gone too far.
It's gone too far!
And so you have to defend yourself at some point. Anyway, so I just wanted to cover those things as far as the FBI goes.
Just get all that grease in your eye.
I have heard nothing from the FBI. I've heard nothing.
You're not going to hear anything from the FBI because you don't understand how the FBI works. They're not just going to fucking let you know where they are at in their investigation if you're their subject of investigation, dum-dum. You're not just going to... You think they just knocked on Ted Bundy's door and went, hey, Ted, we're looking into you, so just open every door in your fucking life for us.
No. The only thing I've heard from the police is the police saying, yeah, this is crazy, people online are crazy. Like, the police never say anything that's bad to me.
Because, guess what? They're not going to. Were you, like, locked in a closet for the first 20 years of your life and then just kind of unleashed on the world? Because your understanding of how the world works is so juvenile and stupid that it's making me think you can only be this disconnected from the world if you're fucking living in a completely cut-off situation. Like, holy fuck.
Everybody talks about how professional the police are because they're relatively professional until they go on a live stream, and then it's just like, what are you doing?
What are you doing? I'm supposed to get away with, like, molesting underage girls. You're not supposed to, like, bust me. You know, I thought you guys had my back, you know? I mean, YouTube's made me like the little Epstein. Lil Epstein. He's such a... But, I mean, you know, for real, it's just fucking stupid. This whole thing is just fucking stupid from you.
That's so weird to go on a live stream and say, I hope we get justice on this guy.
You never seen that before? You've never seen police go on and have an interview with somebody about a person that they're investigating? You've never watched any of these documentaries about, like, murderers and how they were brought to justice? You've never seen, as much as I think she's an annoying piece of shit herself, you've never seen shows like Nancy Grace and shit? There's been tons of television shows where people that are representatives for the police, either public spokesmen, like how fucking dumb are you when you see somebody do like a press conference about like somebody that they've caught who killed a bunch of people, talk about exactly the same sort of shit this guy on the stream the other night talked about, and you can't compare the two. Holy fuck.
And repeatedly imply that someone's guilty when you have no proof.
You don't know whether or not they have proof. That's why you're shitting yourself with russets and fear.
Just weird. It's so weird.
And, you know, if you don't watch the fucking video, how did you know what the guy said?
Anyway, and lastly, someone tried to swat us, as you guys know. This might have been due to...
oh, what a shame.
The alleged thing.
Don't do shit like that, by the way. If you're watching my stream, because I don't want any fucking association with that kind of shit. Sensationalism, fuck yourself. I don't want people doing that shit, okay?
That Hansen allegedly did, where he allegedly paid someone to dox us, allegedly.
Yeah, why would he do that shit?
That's just according to...
Where's your fucking proof?
To a Facebook page that is allegedly his former Facebook...
Gur, the alien goldfish, says, Nancy Grace drove a woman to commit suicide. No, I'm aware of all that shit, but what I'm saying is that he's making the statement that, like, well, police have never gone on TV and given an interview about somebody that's being investigated, and they hope they actually are able to get the case through and get justice and stuff, when I was making the point that, well, yeah, they do it all the time. They do it all the time.
Page that allegedly Vince took over. So, Vince... probably knows a lot of dirt on Hansen. Probably.
Oh, you want to be in those fucking good graces now. Okay, that's fucking great. The guy that wanted me to go on this fucking stream and then have, like, Billy the Fridge crash it and organize a fucking stupid, like, argument between the two of us. Yeah, okay. I mean, even if the guy thinks I'm a scumfuck, he'd still agree that's probably a fucking stupid move for something that wants to be taken seriously. So you're going to want to be in those good graces. Yeah, nice.
And if Hansen really did fire Vince, then the person to go to for all the dirt is probably Vince.
Hey, guys, why don't you go to him for all the fucking dirt? Because that's going to help me out. No, nobody wants to help out a pedophile. Even if they don't really like Chris Hansen, they're still not going to help you out. Nice... Is this the shit you used to do on the schoolyard? To get your ass kicked every fucking goddamn day? You know, let me go get somebody I don't like bullied by somebody who would also bully me. Because that strategy fucking works. Nice. I mean, say what you will about Vince, but the guy legitimately did think you were a scumfuck too. So, yeah, nice going. Alright, let's see. Kombucha is good. I wasted my money defending it. Are you happy now? Yes.
That's why you don't burn bridges when you're running.
Defend your tastes!
Running a corrupt investigation on someone, Hansen, because you wind up getting what you give. And what goes around comes around, you know?
I'm so threatened, and I'm sure he's so fucking threatened, and what you're doing is libel right now, so he can flip the fuck around and sue you for that. So nice going. Let's go get a fucking lawsuit going with somebody who actually has some money fucking left. Somebody who actually has a real legal team. Whereas you walk in looking like the fucking cross between, like, Agent Smith in The Matrix and fucking Jimmy Savile, who just got out of fucking Hot Topic. Wearing fucking, like, Adidas moon boots and shit. What the fuck?
When you go after someone who's innocent and try to tell the world that they're guilty of something, it's going to come back.
You're the one incinerating yourself and incriminating yourself. At this point, you're doing most of the work for him.
Can bite you in the butt. And sometimes
you're going to scare me. Ooh.
Biting you in the butt is the person finally standing for all the things that you owe them, like American Express. Like that, I think you already paid the other people back that you went to jail for. You went to jail.
And you're about to go to jail. You went to fucking juvenile hall for fucking kicking your dad in the face like 18 fucking times, in your own words. Why did you even do that? Like, you know, he's told the story a whole bunch of times, but he beat the fuck out of his dad, supposedly. And I don't know whether or not anybody should even believe that. But if you did actually do it, Why did you do that? Why did you kick your dad in the face a whole bunch of times? And why were you so fucking stupid that when you and your mom were going, well, your mom and him were going through a divorce, she made some fucking bullshit up about your dad and you just believed it for the rest of your life without any fucking proof? You're sitting here shitting on people for believing things in your words that don't have any fucking proof while you go and believe a whole bunch of bullshit about your own father that was never actually proven to you. Anyway. Let's see. I truly believe that he has PTSD psychopathy, to be honest, folks. Not just simple narcissistic personality disorder. I'm a doctor from Russia, and I'm in onion soup for less than Stevie is, for of course. But I just had to bring out my opinion. Thank you for the rubles. An interesting currency. And that's an interesting point of view. Why do you think... he has PTSD psychopathy, specifically over narcissistic personality disorder? I'm genuinely curious. Let's see. And he's just doing more of these videos. He's probably got another one up for all we know. Email, a message. I'm just going to preview. Yeah, he's been doing this all night, like non-fucking stop. In fact, if you look at some of the videos in the thumbnails here, it looks like he turned the camera a bit to show that, to not show that he was going all fucking night. This is incredible. So let's see. What's the email one? Is he still wearing, you know, the simple jack?
Hey guys, I just got an email and I wanted to share it with you. I haven't read it all, so I'm going to read it live right here and now. I just read the intro, so we'll see how it goes. Hey,
Oh, fucking lovely.
really just wanted to reach out and apologize and didn't know how to do it without buying your perk on your channel.
Uh-huh.
True. Basically, the only way you can contact me is on econfans.com because...
Well, people have your address. They could just, like, fill your fucking mailbox up with bullshit. Maybe subscribe you to, like, hundreds of gay porn mags.
Because I deal with...
for whatever reason.
Trolls too much. So the money filters out all the nonsense. It makes me live my life a lot easier. I feel like...
Yeah, you look like you're living your life real easy. You don't look like you're stressed out at all.
Due to experiences in my past, I was assaulted, I was unfairly biased against you, and didn't look at the situation objectively. Yes, I have a lot of people who reach out to me and they're like...
I'm not going to listen to you fucking read a stupid email that you probably wrote yourself and just try to justify yourself for like 14 minutes. So let's see, what's the other one? A message. He has a message for everyone, and it's called Check Out Russet Ranch. Whoever makes the Ram Ranch videos, I swear to God, you should make one on this guy.
What's up, guys? I got another email from another person.
Oh, great. I get to fucking be bored with this, too.
Where you, like, talk to one person after another person after another person who has every reason to hate someone because that person is kicked out of another person's life. Like, thing where, like, oh, how many...
Isn't it fucking bizarre to you, Greg, that you can't fucking stop yourself from just having this mental breakdown? Somebody let me know when this gets good, when he starts just like throwing the camera around the house and breaking shit in the house. You know, when he's finally like reached the point of, there's a face for you, Jesus Christ. There's a face. Oh God. There's the face you don't want to see coming at you at night from your neighbor's yard. You know, you just like walking the dog and you just like your flashlight over to some bushes and you see this thing just standing there looking like Chucky, you know? Yep. I mean, based on my outfit right now, I'm pretty sure you guys know I know how to deal with that shit. I mean, I'm sorry. Obviously, the purge is either commenced or society's broken down. The outbreak got too fucking bad. Got too fucking bad. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is stupid. Like, I don't understand the point of this fucking shit. Even doing this as long as I have, and being kind of familiar with your pattern of, like, emotional breakdown. It's fucking nuts. Stevie, watch questions. All right, hang on. I'm actually taking a look at chat right now. Stevie Wolfe, he's posted 24 videos in 24 hours and deleted 2 of them. He's been awake for over 26 hours. Yeah, I think that they're going to start really getting good, if you want to say good, by him just freaking out. Probably in about another hour or so. I mean, he's gonna hit that wall of exhaustion where it's just like whatever bullshit filter that he's put on right now emotionally is just gonna finally fall. So let's see. Watch questions. I'm looking at questions. Just questions. Okay. Okay. Hang on a second, guys.
Mr. Hansen.
Oh Jesus! Oh, you're gonna go face to fucking face. Okay, that's what I thought. What you guys meant was you wanted me to look at questions that were in chat because I'm fucking dumb. Edwin's generation is streaming. I know. I saw that earlier. I was watching. Maybe I shouldn't have been a dick and actually said something in chat so people would know I was there. What were the two that he deleted? Because we have, like, all of them. Like, they're saved and archived.
Hey guys, I have some questions, and I'm hoping Mr. Hansen will answer them.
One, are you single? And where do you get those wonderful sweaters, Mr. Sweater Daddy?
Maybe.
I've said that.
Live. If he could answer these questions live, so Mr. Hansen, if you're watching.
How about you go on his fucking platform and try to defend yourself, you giant greasy pussy? Look at it. If he really did do this all night, it's fucking pitch black outside in the background.
Stop watching, start your live stream, and go ahead and answer these questions live.
Why don't you go on his fucking platform? He's offered you multiple opportunities, even knocked on your door, and your response was...
First off, I want to seriously know, where do you get your numbers for anything that's going on?
What are you fucking talking about? Where do you get your numbers for? I'm at the fucking 5th percentile of remembering things, like in your last video.
We have this situation where I dated someone named Billy. She was 19 when I dated her.
Most of these women had been talking to you when they were as young as fucking 14 years old, in Sarah's case, familiar with your content as young as 13 years old before talking to you. Why are you trying to rewrite history? Oh, because if you had to go in front of a fucking jury and defend yourself, you're gonna look like fucking shit. God, dude, you were fucking greasy. He looks like shit in this fucking video. And then he thought, oh, I'm gonna dress up like fucking Chucky and it's just gonna make it even better. He's gonna shit on people for balding while folding his fucking hair over like that to hide his gigantic bald spot. He's got like a bald spot like forming like about this area of his fucking scalp and it's just huge.
I dated someone named Sarah, who was 18 and a half.
Yeah, they were 14 years old when they were talking to your fucking Foot wife and shit. They were about 15 or 16 years old when Foot was talking about wanting to drown her in that pussy. We have those screenshots. All kinds of nasty fucking shit.
I dated her. I dated someone named Shiloh, like over 8 years ago.
And you haven't shut your fucking goddamn mouth about her yet.
Yeah. In 2000...
Sasquatch guy who wears white shirts. Occasionally I do, and that's only because the design on the shirt was really nice, and I'm kind of bummed it wasn't on a black shirt because it would be a better design for it, frankly. Like if the colors had been reversed, where the shirt was black and the design was white, but whatever. I'm justifying my wardrobe, which I almost, in this getup, don't have the right to do.
2011. And that was from 17 and a half to 18.
She was 16 years old when you started talking to her.
18 and a half.
Let me just move, Mr. Hansen, what I'm getting at is, why do you not allow me to move the goalpost?
That was legal. The other relationships were legal.
What is this on your fucking face, dude? He's got like some spittle like on the side of his face. It's fucking gross. What is that? It's fucking gross. Like, you can't see it because I have this crushed down because, let's face it, you don't want that, like, zoomed in. But he's, like, drooling. Can you fucking see that? Like out of the corner of his fucking mouth right there. Let me just like keep it for a second. Like just right here. He's like fucking drooling. What are you doing? It's fucking gross. Fucking wipe your mouth, you nasty fucking butthole. Jesus Christ. Clean yourself. Take a fucking shower to actually clean yourself and not just as an excuse to jerk off. I gotta do it in the shower because mommy will hear me. All right, where's the play button?
And those seem to be the only relationships that are actually real that you've covered on your show.
The relationships that are actually real. It's probably the other fictionalized relationships, huh? The ones that he just made up for the benefit of his show. Yeah, okay.
So what I'm wondering is, what are you doing?
Why are you making life hard for me?
You used to be somebody who went after people who preyed on children. You know, like...
People like you.
A 12-year-old.
Oh, okay, so once they get after the age of 12, it's just fucking fair game? It's fair game. Hey, I noticed like you're like 15 years old, and, you know, I'm not really saying anything other than eventually you're going to be 18 years old, so like when you're 18, you know, do you want to be with me and my wife? Like, that's not predatory behavior to you?
Somebody would try to find a 12-year-old online, and...
You had a bunch of 12-year-olds finding you online. How is that any fucking goddamn different in that sense? You used your online celebrity status in order to fucking cultivate a weird fucking following that just categorically attacked a lot of people who were your exes because they thought they were doing you a favor, and it was just, you know, stupid fucking shit online. And some of these women, you said, you know what, fuck it. Fuck it. I'm going to fucking get in a relationship with them because what's the worst that could happen? You know, these girls were like 15 years old. In Sarah's case, 14 years old when she starts talking to you. 16. I'm sorry, one right after the fucking other. And all just because you date somebody who's 26 years old, like one fucking time. One fucking time. Oh, it makes it all fucking better, but I dated Tana Minx. You dated her for like 2 fucking weeks and she got sick and tired of your ass. That makes me wonder, like, what the fuck happened in that span of time where it's just like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. You know? She's happy wherever she's at in her life now. You know? Congrats. More power to you, you know? But I do get curious, like, what happened in that fucking time?
You guys would bait them. They'd show up. And you'd arrest them, because obviously that's
not anything Chris Hansen did. That's what the production for his show arranged with a group of police officers that were doing those sting operations. He himself was just interviewing the people once they showed up to the house and did the narration of the show. Like, he was the face of the show, but it wasn't just like him doing like a one-man fucking dog and pony show. Jesus, maybe if you'd actually watched the same fucking show I watched, you'd know. I mean, it would be fucking amazing if, like, one person could, like, coordinate all that by themselves, but no. He's a stage 5 clinger, a level 10 control freak. Cal says in chat.
Definitely what they were into. They actually tried to do stuff with a 12-year-old.
You think I believe you wouldn't?
You're talking about me dating a 17-and-a-half-year-old when I was 24, and when she was 18-and-a-half, I broke up with her for cheating on me and getting pregnant with someone else's baby.
What, does that change anything? Does it change the fact that you wanted to get into a relationship with somebody who was 16 years old when you first started talking to them, throwing your wife of like 5 years, 6 years or so at that point to the curb by just giving them divorce papers and saying, get the fuck out of my life, I'm replacing you? I mean, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's what normal people fucking do. People that don't look at human beings as unemotional fucking objects. Ugh.
Stop watching. One of the most bizarre and dumb. She never crossed borders or the age of consent when I was 24, and when she was 18-and-a-half, I broke up with her for cheating on me and getting pregnant with someone else's baby.
Yeah, but she also miscarried yours, but let's just gloss over that.
The age of consent was well within that, range, especially since she was Canadian.
Greg, do you not understand how weird it looks like to everybody else when you talk about how versed you are in age of consent laws? You know, and then you talk about like people getting drunk around you as a kid and your family letting you drink socially and all kinds of weird shit you bring up about your background and stuff. You know, I'm sorry, but what in the fuck was going on in your goddamn like fucking household before YouTube? Like what kind of weird shit was happening in that environment? You know, what the fuck?
What am I gonna do now?
And I'm from Washington. But she never crossed borders or anything like that.
No, she was only from another fucking country. Nobody crosses borders when they come from one country to another. Because to Russet, man, apparently Canada is just an upper part of the United States. Oh, Canada, we have a different national anthem and a prime minister because we're part of the U.S. Well, I mean, given your prime minister, Trump really couldn't be much worse. So I do feel bad for my Canadian fucking viewers and stuff that you gotta live under Trudeau. Like, when members of his own fucking parliament says he is an incompetent dipshit, you really know shit's going up shit creek.
Any purpose. When she was 18, we came back to Washington.
Yeah, you went to like Pennsylvania or some other state, I believe it was, to go and fuck her because the age of consent, it was legal to do so there. You know, that's not a violation of the Mann Act, a federal act to prevent people from doing exactly what you did. But, you know, who cares, Greg? Because you take a look at statutes and stuff like that, you know what you say?
What am I gonna do now?
So I'm very confused.
He really sounds like a fucking tyrant from Resident Evil. You know, instead of stars... You know, the fucking, like, Nemesis just looks at you.
What am I gonna do now?
Of course, that would be a terrifying thing for the Nemesis to fucking say. You know, fucking 8.5 feet tall with, like, a minigun in one hand and a fucking rocket launcher in the other. It's like, oh no, what is it gonna fucking do?
About what crack you're smoking.
I smoke only the finest cracks. In fact, I consider myself quite a connoisseur of crack. I went to a crack tasting the other evening at the Vanderburgs, and it was exquisite.
It's one of the most bizarre and dumb things I think I've ever seen in my life is watch a 60-year-old man obsess over someone online who did nothing wrong.
Yeah, you know, because Jeffrey Epstein did nothing wrong. Hitler did nothing wrong. Onion did nothing wrong. Fucking, what are you talking about? You have utilized your platform as a fucking means to fuck with people in the worst parts of their lives just to get in their pants. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Of course, I'm going to say the same thing over and over and over again because, you know, no substance and sensationalism. Yeah, that's nice. And all my dumb fucking fans because people don't share audiences and shit. Celldweller Fangirl. I like your name because Celldweller is amazing. Clayton has really good music.
You, Chris Hansen, for some reason...
Look at him trying to like posture by standing there with his arms folded, like all 5'4" or whatever fucking height he is.
I found it appropriate to show up to my house, which...
As journalists fucking do, and people can get the fuck over it. They can just get the fuck over it because that's stuff that people do when, you know, they're trying to get a story. Oh, it's no journalistic integrity. We should all just hide in our fucking little corners and not fucking go where the story is.
It's one of the most psychotic things I've ever seen in my life.
Well, you obviously don't own any mirrors in your house.
You and...
Except for the big mirror that's right next to you. Shut up.
6 grown men. One of them went to court last year. I think it was last year. If you just look up his name, for sexual assault.
Yeah, and everybody's aware of that shit, but deflect, 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 deflect. I love when people shit on me as if I'm so stupid I don't fucking know that shit. It's like, well, why are you okay with it? Because you gotta be fucking objective. You've gotta be objective. If your enemy isn't with that fucking person, and it's with this fucking idiot that's on the screen right now, What am I gonna do?
What am I gonna do now?
Why are you working with that man? Why are you working with someone who was taken to court for sexual assault? Also, I'd like to know what...
Yeah, exactly. Why am I going to listen to somebody else who's getting investigated for child grooming by 3 different tiers of law enforcement?
you're doing with all
And why are you fantasizing, as Kate Moth says in chat, about 6 grown men?
this money you're making? Because it doesn't seem that you're paying the victims, right? Because that would be a conflict of interest. So where's this money going? Is it going into the, according to the news, over 60, is it $60,000 in debt to American Express?
He paid that shit off.
You got evicted from your home last year, right?
You had to sell 2 of your fucking mansions to pay back the IRS because Waterhead did his own taxes and claimed individual rooms of his home as business expenses, thinking he could get a big tax write-off. And now you've got your crazy fuckhead mother who probably fucking only can function under like fucking massive amounts of fucking Oxycontin and shit doing your accounting. You fucking idiot.
Was it last year? And that was like from over $1 million house. And
you sold 2 of the motherfuckers. You sold 2 $110,000 Teslas. What's your point?
You had you're like dating or married to a woman who's, is it 30 years younger than you, 20 years younger than you, something?
You married a girl that was fucking 17 years old when you were almost in your 30s, and you're gonna shit on somebody who's in his 60s who's gonna fucking marry somebody 30 years younger than him who's a fully grown adult who knows what the fuck they're doing. You're shitting on somebody for the exact same shit people are shitting on you for, except in your case, it's completely an invalid argument. In their case, it's a totally valid argument.
Like that?
And you know, it's not uncommon for guys his age to do that. Why don't you go shit on Howard Stern for being married to who he was married to? Beth. She was a lot younger than him. I don't see you shitting on him for it.
Because you seem to be this person who likes to pretend that you're against older men taking advantage of younger women.
That is a ridiculous argument at a level that I can't even begin to process properly. You think that's all it is? You think that that's just, oh, you know, you're against older men going against younger women? You think it's not a big deal for somebody who's like fucking 45 years old to go fucking invite like a 12-year-old for sex? You think that that's comparable to a guy who's as old as Chris Hansen is, going out with a girl who's like 32, 34, 35, whatever the age is? She's a fully grown woman, a fucking adult. So what? And to be really honest, I bet there are tons of 60-year-old dudes out there who wish they could get a girl like in their 30s still. So fucking what? Why don't you get a woman your own fucking age? The one time you did, you fucked it up in 3 weeks.
Yet, according to the news, you are an older man taking advantage of a younger woman.
And you're inviting girls by flying them out into your house, in and out, they're fucking in and out all the time, into Russet Ranch for sex. And that's it. And then when they get upset that you promised them so much more than that, and you threw them to the wayside anyway, you used your audience to slander them offline. You were a fucking way worse person than what you're trying to throw Chris under the bus for. So go fuck yourself.
Also, what is with your Cameo? You literally will, and I know this is kind of silly to promote it, but...
You have a Cameo account. Cameo is like, hi, I'm a narcissist online, and I would like you to fucking, like, pay me money to have me do a shout out for you or whatever, and it's blowing up the way TikTok is, so a lot of other people who aren't in it for that are getting on there simply to just have a presence on fucking, you know, social media. Yeah, you've got one of those too. You want to know how much this asshole charges on his fucking Cameo for a stupid short video? $1,000. You charge $1,000, Onion, for people to fucking get a Cameo from you.
Not like you're not making enough money already.
You charge $1,000 for a Cameo.
But you will literally tell anyone they're a predator for $50. Where's your integrity?
Where's your integrity? If I can pay me $1,000 because I need to go fucking reclaim the wetlands in my backyard that I went scorched earth on with a fucking rental Ahern bulldozer.
You're making a joke of your whole career. Speaking of your career,
Yeah, go look in a mirror, dumb fuck.
did you not lose your career because you showed up to someone's house, or your team did, and they ended their life?
Oh, a predator shot himself in the fucking head. Whoopee. Whoopee. Who cares? A pedophile is dead. Get over it.
And then you show up to my house with my family inside.
And sadly, you didn't off yourself for the benefit of your fucking children so they didn't have to grow up with the embarrassment of having a niecey on as their fucking dad.
You disgusting freak.
You showed up with my children. Look at my children, my little human shield. My human shield I will hide behind. Yeah, fucking what integrity do you have? You just fucking hid behind your kids. You little fuck.
Like, what kind of nut job goes from someone ending their own life, and you guys got sued and lost $100 million, by the way, according to the news articles.
Which was fucking small potatoes, because if this was during the TCAP era, that means that the channel that was doing TCAP, one of the alphabet channels, ABC, NBC, I can't remember which one because they all blend together to me at a certain point. They probably picked up the bill for it. So for a nationwide news firm like that, yeah, it probably wasn't even fucking pocket change. Umaro998, I work in cybersecurity. Hello, fellow cybersecurity nerd. I too used to work in that shit. Greg is screwed if he uses Gmail, Chrome, Firefox, or a computer past Windows 95 unless he exclusively uses a VPN. Yes. Yes, he does. Well, yes, he is. I don't know if he uses a VPN, but yes, he is. I'm behind 7 proxies.
What am I gonna do now?
You go from one man ending his own life, and you think, yeah,
fucking child, a chomo fucking offs themselves. Who cares?
I should keep
It
shit.
probably was a better fate than what would have awaited the guy in jail. You know what they do to fucking child molesters in jail? You know, if you got the chance to off yourself before going through that kind of a meat grinder, I could be honest with you, you're taking the easier way out. What they do to pedophiles in jail is terrible. And they deserve it because of what they do to children, but fucking Jesus Christ. You know,
Going up to people's houses. Like, in some people's opinions, you're a murderer. Because what you did is you caused some dude who knows what he was going to do with whatever he was doing online.
you're a guy that lives on a property where there's security cameras and fucking lights in the trees and just all this bullshit all over the place. And we know you're a gun owner because when the cops went and did a wellness check on your house, they actually found firearms and notated that in one of their reports. You can find that online. What the hell? If anything, in that particular case, with an unstable nutcase greaseball like yourself, I think he was putting himself in more danger than he was putting you in. I'd be honestly scared to go to the house of somebody like you. Fucking strapped constantly, cameras all over the place, having fucking cyclical mental breakdowns where he stays up for 24 hours a day, fucking shitting out video after video after video. The fuck are you talking about?
He didn't show up to...
You have like they notated in their report you have an AR-15, which, by the way, let me point out, AR doesn't mean assault rifle. It means Armalite Research, which are the companies that make AR-15 rifles. An AR-15 is just like a, semi-automatic. Every trigger pull gets one bullet. Little 9mm piece of shit Bushmaster ripoff. You can fucking buy them at Walmart some places, I think. They're nothing special.
The house. He didn't try to actually sleep with a minor of such a young age.
At such a young age. Oh, I'm getting the chub just talking about it.
What am I gonna do now?
Oh God, there's more than one of them.
And
I just like it when it's dissonant because it makes them sound more like a demon. So if you get it like a harmony, what does it sound like when it's harmonized though?
What am I gonna do now?
Oh, it's okay. So it basically just doesn't time it right.
What am I gonna do now?
It was like a fucking Gregorian chant of demons.
he ended his life because of you. And instead of like,
You know what? No. The evidence suggested that he ended his life because he was guilty as fuck about something. You're gonna put that on somebody else's shoulders? The guy fucking capped himself because of Chris Hansen? No, the guy capped himself because he was guilty about something. You know, maybe there was evidence that they hadn't discovered on the guy yet, and he said, fuck it, I'm just gonna forfeit here. So go fuck yourself. You're the kind of piece of shit who, if you had a problem with somebody, and that particular somebody had somebody in their life that committed suicide, you'd probably use the argument, well, I don't know, maybe you push them to kill themselves. You fucking piece of shit. You're such a piece of shit. You're so fucking low.
I don't know, changing your career field, doing something where you don't end people's lives for a living. You instead...
You were in the military, and you were so proud about it, only to flip around and say, well, I was a death machine. I was going to end people's lives for a living. And then you fall back on it whenever it's fucking convenient to make yourself sound like a badass. Make up your mind when it comes to fucking brutal shit like that.
Try to show up in my house and ignore 3 no trespassing signs.
Your trespassing signs don't mean fucking shit. Are they posted by the county? No? Then they don't fucking mean shit. I can go to fucking Walmart or Lowe's or Ace Hardware or anywhere and buy a no trespassing sign and fucking staple it to my front door. It doesn't stop any of the people who do maintenance in this area or do like fucking meter reading and shit from ignoring their easements and stuff to go onto my property and do their job. Also, he went up your driveway, which is considered public area. It's considered public space because there's no expectation of privacy. So whatever. Doesn't matter if it says no trespassing and shit. You can still go to somebody's front fucking door. It just means he can't go fuck around in your backyard and shit. So hopefully you guys didn't do that. Fucking, you know, when it comes to ordinances and shit like that, it's a convoluted fucking mess. But still, you know, I don't want to sound like I'm a fucking park ranger or anything now, but you can't just put up a sign to prevent somebody from walking up to your door and knocking on it. And that's why people who live on big properties like yours sometimes build like fencing around the whole fucking thing and then have a gate that goes all the way out to the street, even if they live way far back on the lot. And then they have like a buzzer or something where they have like a little intercom and shit because they just don't want anybody near their property. Because they can't just put a sign up and expect somebody to give a shit. Get over yourself. Oh no, somebody fucking knocked on my door.
What am I gonna do now?
Which, by the way, when you're within 50 feet of those, you're trespassing.
Oh, attorney at Russet.
Which is a crime, which could put you in jail for 90 days.
You know what can put you in jail for the remainder of your natural life? Fucking everything you have done.
You didn't think about that, did you? Or did... Because it's so weird. You were in my...
A guy who's worked around law enforcement people the majority of his career knows more about what he's doing than some ridiculous idiot that took a bunch of fucking indoor security cameras and hammered them into the fucking trees around his property and then one across the street from his fucking house does, okay? You've got like fucking traffic cones you probably stole from a construction site somewhere in your driveway to like keep people from going anywhere near your house. A guy who's fucking covered in his own slobber and pimples and drool and shit, freaking out about people going anywhere near his property is not going to be my fucking main source of information about what the fuck to do when it comes to the expectation of personal privacy. Come on now.
Driveway. And you have the no trespassing signs in the background.
Oh no.
What kind of moron
puts up a no trespassing sign from a hardware store thinking that can stop somebody from just knocking on their door?
Ignores no trespassing signs. I really want to know. You're 60 years...
Well, as an urban explorer, I can tell you people like me, because it's just part of the hobby. Because it's kind of part of the whole deal. But that's for a totally different set of reasons.
Years old, okay? You got the Amex debt. You got the...
So let's just ignore your IRS debt, okay? Let's just ignore the fact that you try to commit tax fraud in order to get out of it easy.
Eviction from your home. Your wife...
And where was he evicted from his home? He lives in a fucking decent apartment in fucking New York. Where do you live? You live in a shithole fucking shack on a property you fucking destroyed around a bunch of people whose houses like go for like $1 to $2.2 million fucking dollars. because you want to feel like you're a rich playboy on YouTube still. Or are you going to denigrate somebody else's lifestyle? Look at your own. You live in a fucking house heaped with trash, covered in your own slobber, and can't even clean yourself. Look at this fucking thing staring at me on the fucking screen. Is that the thing that has the fucking right to shit on somebody else for their lifestyle? You look like... Somebody in chat says, Cypher Spectre. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. He says he looks like a diaper.
Who knows why she left you? You're not an open book with this. You like pointing fingers at everyone else rather than addressing your own issues.
Oh, address your own issues. Your wife fucking left you, supposedly, because you wouldn't shut your fucking gob about all this and have been having a mental breakdown for 26 hours.
And you have this issue with getting put in jail. There's a mugshot of you online.
There's probably a mugshot that was taken of you when you went to juvenile hall. And you're lucky as fuck that it happened when you were still eligible to just go to juvenile hall because those records get sealed from you being a minor. Boy, I would have loved to seen that mugshot. Could you imagine when it would just eyes welled? It'd be worse than when like Robert Cassio was fucking arrested. And if you need a visual on that really quick, you know, that's fucking hilarious. Hey, you done me. Well, he wouldn't know because he's in jail right now. So let's see. Oh, they don't have it. I don't think they have it. Oh, God, that's not a picture I'm going to share. I did not need to know what a rug glued to a man's chest covered in pepperoni nipples looked like, but now that I do, I feel I might need to ingest a whole gallon of gasoline and light myself a flame. Ooh, never mind, we're not looking at that.
You got put in jail because you promised to pay someone back and you never did, and they kept pursuing you until finally they reported.
I wonder how many debts you've never paid people back in life. I wonder how much fucking shit you've accumulated with people in your life that you never paid back, and they just got so sick and tired of the expectation for it, they just gave up. I pay all my debts off, except for those on the IRS. They can fuck themselves because I want my mansion. Teen girls ain't gonna think that I'm the hottest little backstreet boy on YouTube unless I got my fucking mansion.
Reported you to the police? So I'm wondering...
I've gotten away with it so long, you know?
What am I gonna do now?
Like, all this money that you're making off the backs of alleged victims, who, by the way, are...
Where is he making money in all of this shit? The website that he was taking in subscriptions to, in order to see some of the bigger fucked up elements of these cases, was taken down by the fucking idiot he was working with for the longest time that he doesn't work for anymore. So by that standard alone, your entire point has been, like, blown to the four winds.
Primarily total frauds and clout chasers.
Oops.
Because I only, like...
Yeah, I want the clout of this. Yeah, you got so much clout that I'm fucking chasing. You fucking dirt clod. Yeah, sure.
Ever dated 3 of them.
Yeah, you have so much clout that these people were chasing. That's why they were manipulated by you into getting in a fucking relationship with you, because they were promised this expectation of a fucking better life, which they never fucking got. You fucking idiot. You fucking idiot. Shut your fucking mouth.
I'm remembering everyone correctly. Most of these people I've never even met. And you're so stupid that you didn't...
Most of these people you never even met, even though your penis met their vagina at some point, because they've all been in weird sexual situations with you. Yeah, nice. You just... Oh, my God.
Do a background check to find out whether or not these are clout chasers or actually real...
Yeah, that's what shows up in a background check. You know, when you go to fucking buy, like, a new gun or something and they run a background check on you, one of the biggest criteria that the fucking ATF is going to look for, and not the transfer tax on whatever it is you're buying, they're going to look to see whether or not you're a clout chaser, you know? Because if you lie about that, you perjure yourself about clout chasing. I mean, isn't that federal time? I've got a Class C license for clout.
That I've met. And what's insane about you, Hanson, is that...
The insane person is going to call somebody else insane.
Someone could just be on your show. They could have never met me in their life. They could have never had any romantic interest in me in their life. And you just add them as a...
Oh, so it was the romantic interest was in you they had to have, okay? It wasn't in your foot wife. footwife wasn't, even though they were the fucking main object of desire for all of these people, yeah, that wasn't the big fucking deal. You know, it's kind of funny how all these stories, they always start with the girls basically being manipulated into a relationship with your fucking wife, and then all of a sudden the relationship transmogrifies into being in a relationship with you. Are you serious? Like, we're not supposed to notice a pattern there? Mud dysphoria, but since I know that you're bisexual, here is my female body, you know?
Woman to the list of accusers. And what are people accusing me of?
I don't know. What are they accusing you of?
What am I gonna do now?
Sexual assault, you said? When? Where was sexual assault ever? Ever. It makes
sexual assault, extortion, blackmail, harassment. The list just goes fucking on and on and on and on. Oh, man.
no sense. You are a joke. Your career is a joke.
Well, you would know that because, you know, clowns tell the best jokes.
You are in debt up to your eyeballs.
Says the man fucked by the IRS hard and without lube.
And now you're trying to use these people to make money to save whatever your career was. Getting people to kill themselves job? Like, what was your job exactly?
What was your job in the Air Force? Oh, that's right. Sit at a fucking gate and let people come in and out and check their ID to see whether or not it's a fucking valid ID. And you couldn't even hack that shit. Standing around looking smug as fuck or a mopey, emo, fucking pissed off piece of shit all the fucking time. And then you put a fucking gun to your head, get taken to a fucking brig, get put in a medical lockdown, and they do what they can to wash their hands of you as easy as fucking pie. You fucking piece of shit. You don't get to fucking put somebody else down for what their career became when you wanted to go pursue one in the Air Force, but on your own terms, thinking the United States military was gonna fucking cave to your fucking demands, you fucking idiot. I wanted to go to Iraq. Oh yeah, you would have lasted about 5 seconds out there before somebody just beat your ass into submission for being a fucking total asshole full of himself. Jesus, you got the easiest fucking deployment possible, and you couldn't even hack that. If I'd gone into the military, specifically the military, oh my God, and I got some beat that was that easy, it'd be a fucking walk in the park.
Remember that time?
I mean, not to say that it's just, you know, you sit around and do nothing. It's a job. A job is a job. But, I mean, how much easier can you fucking get it? You know, so long as you're not just fucking standing around in a DMZ all the time. It's not that difficult. It would almost, as far as I understand, it's almost like being stationed at a base back here in the States. It's just in South Korea. Because I've got friends that are in the military, and I asked them, and they had told me they did deployments over in South Korea. Like, well, what was it like? You know, like, no, it wasn't that big of a deal.
Went to a state where entrapment wasn't legal, and you entrapped a bunch of people.
Entrapment is illegal in every single state. Entrapment is an overreach of authority by the police, by the government. What he did was an entrapment. A lot of these idiots on TCAP that got caught for the sick shit they were caught with tried to make cases for entrapment. And I think out of all of those people, only fucking one of them managed to get that through a court and was able to get off that way.
People, and because of that, they got to go free. That was a news article I saw.
Yeah, one guy. The fucking weird blonde guy that was on the show.
You helped people go free. So
no, he didn't. Fucking assloads of those people are still in prison.
Now they're
because some of those people had already been to jail for this kind of shit, and they were on parole after getting out of jail for this kind of shit. And guess what? They violated their parole by getting wound up in that shit.
Going to be super paranoid.
Trash Human says it best in the chat here. Entrapment is the hardest to prove. Never plead entrapment. Entrapment is just up there with fucking the insanity plea. You know, they're just two pleas that never fucking work in your favor because you have to prove your way uphill in order to be granted that kind of a sentencing for insanity or for entrapment or anything like that, just because you have such a huge burden of proof on you.
Not to get caught because you screwed it up, and you were the best friend of these guys who were pursuing 12-year-olds.
He can sue you for fucking libel and slander by saying that, because you have to prove that's what's going on. So nice. You're the guy that's gonna fire bullshit litigation like that all over the fucking landscape, and then here you are making those kind of statements that nobody's fucking doing.
So you helped 20 people who are interested in children get away with their interests, their crimes.
You mean the kind of people that use YouTube as a platform to groom people into sexual relationships with them from a very young age? People like that?
What am I gonna do now?
And then you got another person to end their own life. I can't imagine what it's like to be such a failure.
I don't know, but you should be aware. You should know, actually, because you're an expert at it.
Like, such an enormous... I mean, I'm...
You know, introspection could help you understand that answer.
34?
You were hesitant because you wanted to say that you were 35, which you will be, and that really puts a new perspective on things.
So I still have a good chance to get my life together. You're twice my age.
What do you mean? Your life is fucked if you don't have your shit together after everything that you had by this point. Are you fucking serious with me now? Are you fucking being fucking for real here? You made so much money on YouTube, and I will not retract the estimate that I made because of how much they were throwing that shit down the fucking goddamn drain for YouTubers like you when you all got big. If you're making that kind of money and you've blown it to the point you're living the way that you're living now, you're never going to be able to get back on your own 2 feet because of the debt that you've accumulated. You're so fucking stupid that you're sitting here shitting on Chris for the fucking debts and stuff from his past. You had to sell 2 $700,000 fucking houses, 2 $110,000 cars. You were hemorrhaging camera equipment and video editing equipment on fucking eBay to make all the money back. You think that doesn't fucking just take your credit out behind the woodshed and put a shotgun behind its fucking head and blows your credit's brains out all over the fucking place? Your credit score is probably in like negative numbers. What are you fucking talking about? Jesus Christ. You're probably the only person in the world with a negative credit score. Jesus. And you're going to sit here and say, oh, I've got a good chance to get my life back together. No, not really, because your life's already fucking half done. Especially with all the fucking nasty shit you put in your body. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You fucking idiot. You're fucking done. Your whole fucking legacy on YouTube has been be the fucking weird pederast fucking idiot that you've always been. The greasy fucking weirdo that can't make it work with women his own fucking age. You're going to have to start looking at dating opportunities if you want to get back into a relationship with somebody, with people your own age, and because no one in your own age group doesn't know who you are and what you are, even if it's not for the grooming shit. You're a sleaze fuck at fucking level red. They've already dealt with people like you hundreds of fucking times by that point. You're done. You know, you're never going to be able to get the kind of equity you had from all the money you made on YouTube again. You're going to have to go back to a lifestyle that you never even assimilated with to begin with. You're going to have to go back down to the fucking bottoms with the rest of us down here in the peasantry. Fucking Mr. Rich Playboy on YouTube. You're fucking fucked. You're fucked. And the only reason you're this fucked is it was entirely your own fault because you didn't do anything to prevent this. You know, I go in on fucking YouTubers all the time who don't do anything other than YouTube because it's a stupid fucking model to build your life upon. It is. You need to diversify your interests. You need to diversify what it is that you're doing as an entertainer or what you're doing as a fucking entertainment business, whatever you want to consider yourself. You know, it's not just fucking selling t-shirts and it's not just doing appearances and shit. If you don't have some kind of a business model, some kind of a fucking plan about how this is all going to fucking play out, you're fucked. And when another adpocalypse happens, you get to see who got fucked the most when they start acting all angry Joe about the fucking shit and then just raging to the fucking skies as much as possible, you know, because they didn't fucking prepare. I'm prepared, god damn it. Look at this fucking shit. Zombie outbreak fucking happens. I'm good to go in this fucking airsoft vest. They'll fucking get torn to shreds within minutes. But hey, at least I will be a cool looking zombie than just fucking shambling around in a flannel t-shirt and jogger pants or whatever the fuck. Like a fucking Left 4 Dead NPC. Can you imagine that if like a fucking zombie outbreak happened at a Resident Evil con? Like no one would believe it was really the end of the world. Like an actual zombie outbreak happened at a fucking horror con. Nobody would think it was real. That would be so fucked. Like, oh, hey, look at all these cosplay. Oh, hey, you actually bit me. And then it's like, oh, the outbreak would spread fucking worse than the Wu flu.
And this is your life. I just don't get it.
I don't get why you're content in living in the fucking garbage fire that your life is right now.
You're one of the biggest jokes I've ever seen in my life.
You need to go look into a fucking mirror. There's one right behind you right there, you know, just right over your nasty, greasy shoulder. There's a mirror. Go look at it if you want to see one of the biggest jokes there is.
And the reason I didn't answer my door for you.
I love Left 4 Dead. We need another Fibro Zombie says. What we need is another Killing Floor, or at least another update patch to Killing Floor, because I like Killing Floor over Left 4 Dead, but for some reason Left 4 Dead was the first one that came to mind.
Is because I have a family. And when a...
What am I gonna do now?
Yeah, you have a family that's just flying out of the windows to go greet you in the morning. And the fucking goddamn fuck are you talking about? You care so goddamn little about your fucking family. Your first fucking thought when you saw your kid on your driveway after they'd fallen out of a window was to go film what happened. Jesus. What's with people like you and vegan gains? Hey, somebody's having a fucking medical emergency. Let me go get the camera.
Creepy old man shows up to my house.
A creepy old man. What is he, like the guy from Poltergeist 2? God is in his holy temple. Did that guy show up to your house? Is that what Chris Hansen looks like to you? Really? Is that what it fucking is to you? I don't want that. I want that from Poltergeist. They just have... There we go. Here we go. This was Chris Hansen, apparently, when he showed up to his house. Good God. You know what's really sad, though, is this old guy you're about to see here was dying of cancer, like, the entire time they made this movie. This is what he's trying to say, it was like...
God is in his holy tent. Earthly thoughts be silent now. While with
I just want to, like, edit people with, like, cameras and shit, you know. Well, given that there's a kid in this, I would give it totally the wrong vibe. But... Chris Hansen's at your door. You need to get inside. Is that what it was like to you, Greg? Really?
What am I gonna do now?
Speaking of demons, oh, by the way, I had that turned way up.
As we call upon his
This is so creepy. I was so disappointed by the remake of this movie, as I figured I would be.
You're getting soaked. Come on,
I'm more concerned about the rain than this fucking creepy-ass fucking skeleton just walking up the driveway. Come inside. You know? Don't worry about fucking Herbert from Family Guy coming up the driveway. I've got a popsicle for you.
With a bunch of other creepy dudes all dressed in dark colors, I don't answer the door. I call the police on them like a normal human being.
I would have answered the door. I would have answered the door and had a sit-down conversation with him because I've got nothing to hide. Unlike you. And if it was really that big of a deal, you know what you could have done? You could have answered the door, said, look, I get what you're trying to do. I get what you're attempting to accomplish here. If you really want to face-to-face with it badly enough, pick a place, coffee shop, somewhere public, not around my family. And that's all you had to do. That's all you had to say. But no. The first thing you say to yourself when you see him on a security camera, you already know it's coming.
What am I gonna do now?
You know, just freaking out. Oh, God, that's such a demonic fucking goddamn thing. I swear to God, that's gonna get clipped. You know? Either that, or maybe that's not what he said to himself. Maybe it was more like... He just fucking ran right to the bathroom. I mean... You know, I'm sorry, but it wasn't that big of a fucking deal. Have you ever seen like a news story on the 5 o'clock news where, you know, they try to knock on some weirdo's doors, like some scummy contractor's door, and they're like, well, we have a report. Like, if you just want to talk about it, you can talk to us about it. It's not that big of a deal. You know, but fucking, I've seen those kind of stories like 1,000 times in my life.
But you would rather hang out with people who are taken to court for sex crimes.
Yeah, I would want to see people taken to court for sex crimes. I would want to see people who've committed sex crimes put in jail.
And you would rather have to fire your own employee, apparently Vince, who I guess converted your Facebook and your website to outing you for allegedly paying someone to dox me?
Yeah, some fucking idiot who was claiming they were doxing people and shit on Twitter. And if you're going to take that seriously, you're a bigger moron than I thought. Okay? Like, it's not that difficult for people to do a public fucking people search on Google or whatever the fuck, you know, and come up with that kind of information. And I'm glad that you're so worried about it only being your information that's out there and not the rest of your family. Because when that moron put all that bullshit out on Twitter, it put like your entire family's info out there. I figure you should know that. It was like your mom and your sisters and like uncles and shit, people related to you. You know? You're gonna fucking blame that on Chris. You're dumber than I thought. That fucking, what was his name? Gene? Just somebody that was trolling people to fuck with people. And Swamp Dweller makes a pretty good point. It's like, how do you dox someone whose information is public? You can actually, if you don't want your information out there, by the way, you can actually just pay these sites money. It sucks you gotta pay them. I feel like it's a version of extortion. But if you're really that desperate for not having it out there, you can just pay money to have it removed. It's not that hard.
I just don't know what your life is. You seem like one of the most corrupt, hypocritical people I've ever encountered.
Well, you need to encounter yourself sometime. You'd make a great genocidal dictator.
And it's amazing because you're so old that you would...
So old, you're knocking on death's door. Ooh, ooh.
think you would have learned by now. Anyway, the reason I won't go on your show, I offered you...
You offered to go on the show if he'd pay you $350,000 because you're a fucking idiot who thinks anybody would have agreed to those terms. And what if somebody did? Like, what if you took the $350,000 and ran and then violated the terms of the agreement for receiving the $350,000? Like, would you go hide in a cave to just pocket your $350,000, you greedy fuck?
An opportunity to pay me $350,000 to go on your show.
Who would agree to those terms?
That fee is now $600,000.
Oh, you're gonna give me $600,000? Is that how much money that you owe the IRS? Is that why the fee is growing? Like, why such an exorbitant amount of money?
Because you are the most pathetic disgrace of a journalist I've ever seen in my life.
You're the most pathetic disgrace of a human being this world's ever seen. You went up in front of a fucking audience of 1 million people on the channel you're uploading these videos to in a cheap-ass fucking attempt to make yourself look better, and you fucking shot yourself in the fucking foot so bad, it's unbelievable. You're punishing Chris Hansen by making him have to pay a $600,000 fee to have you on his show. Well, guess what? You know what you can do? Just not have you on his fucking show and keep talking to people. And look how you've been shitting yourself over that.
The problem with you, Mr. Hansen, is that...
Mr. Hansen? Mr. Anderson? What are you, fucking Agent Smith?
You don't know what journalistic integrity is.
He's been doing this shit for 40 fucking years. You don't know what journalistic integrity is if you think extortion is somehow a method to get integrity out of another person.
There's a little thing called bias. And when you ask leading
it's what your psychology seems to function on.
questions, like with Sarah, I was told that you said that because she's been watching me since she was 12, I guess, then that means that she was somehow groomed since she was 12 when she was in.
It means that you have a certain degree of influence over your audience because from a young age they were looking up to you.
In fact, never groomed at all. But you don't care about facts. You don't care about the fact that...
Dude, why should a person live in some fucking cognitive dissonance that just suits your bias then? Why should they look at the observed pattern of fucking behavior that you've exhibited over the last decade and just ignore it?
Sarah tried to marry someone so they could get their green card, which, as I understand, isn't exactly legal.
Prove that that fucking happened, and yeah, you can actually marry someone to assist in the process of becoming a citizen of the United States. It expedites things a bit. Instead of having to wait 10 fucking years, russet boy. My family were sponsors for a family to come here as citizens of the United States back in the 90s from, like, Brazil. So, yeah, marriage actually helped these people out. Yeah, you broke the law, and you know what she did? She helped somebody get a better life! Why don't I get a better life?
You don't care that Sarah admitted to doing cocaine. You don't care that Sarah admitting to selling prescription drugs.
People do dumb shit when they're young. I was fucked up on fucking heroin, and I've been clean now for 8 years. It doesn't matter. It's in my past. Who cares? You look like you've been fucking around with Adderall all night. Look at your, like, splotchy fucking drooling ass. You greasy fuck. You don't get to shit on somebody else for that. You know, at least they were able to admit it. You're in fucking denial about it. Look at you, you fucking weirdo.
You don't care that Sarah has repeatedly made statements about a laptop that makes...
You made somebody stop taking their bipolar medication because Dr. Avero thought it would be a great idea.
Makes absolutely no sense, as that's a laptop that never belonged to me. And the last person it actually...
So any fucking evidence that's on it, any kind of creepy pictures of whatever the fuck you were getting up to in that house that might be on its fucking hard drive, they just don't have to worry. You don't have to worry about it implicating you in anything because the laptop didn't belong to you. They just so happen to be on there.
Actually was used by was somebody who doesn't even live in this house.
Oh, well, that's nice. That doesn't fucking matter, because if there's evidence of you engaging in illegal activity on that laptop, the ownership of the fucking laptop originally is irrelevant, because the investigation is focusing on you. Now, at that point, would it broaden the investigation? Yes, but you're still fucked, Mr. Smug as shit. You're an idiot. You are a fucking idiot. Holy shit. You were stupid enough to give somebody a laptop, I guess to have something that made them feel indebted to you, that had incriminating evidence on it, and because it's got that incriminating evidence on it, you think that just because it didn't belong to you physically, which then means that technically you could say you gave someone stolen property, which then you could, you know, fucking use to throw them under the bus even more, or you received stolen property. Yeah. You're such a piece of shit. You are such a piece of shit.
Additionally, the chain of command of that laptop...
Chain of evidence? What is chain of command? Chain of command, it was fucking military... God damn. It's like everybody in your fucking circle, like, brain dead. At least get your terminology right, you dumb motherfuckers. Jesus.
Was the worst thing ever. First, it was allegedly turned into a police, right?
You know, none of this shit fucking actually matters at the end of the day, right?
And then it was allegedly back in Sarah's control. And then it was allegedly sent off to you guys.
Then a lot of stupid people who don't know dog shit about how this fucking shit works got wind of it. And then they went absolutely ape shit over a completely irrelevant chain of who owned it. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that it gets to the fucking police. It doesn't matter who the fuck had it. It doesn't matter who the fuck didn't have it. Just get it to the police and everything's fucking fine. Everybody's getting so fucking worked up about this chain of fucking evidence. It doesn't fucking matter. This is completely irrelevant. The police don't give a fuck about this stupid shit. It's not going to matter in the fucking court case because in digital forensics, You can actually tell whether or not, whether or not evidence was tampered with. In fact, digital forensics is so fucking down to a science now that it's one of the easier forensics to do, because everything in a computer, it's mechanical. It's not as, touch and go as like biological forensics and shit. We're a lot more advanced with digital forensics now than we are with regular forensics, like biological forensics, arson forensics, and all that kind of shit. So whatever, it doesn't fucking matter who fucking had the laptop. If stuff was tampered with, they can know it's tampered with way easier than any other type of evidence due to the fact that it's digital. Jesus. I love how many people just got all up in arms about this shit. And I'm not going to say anything other than this. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
And then it was allegedly sent back. And now it's allegedly with the police again. That is the most garbage piece of...
Garbage piece of russet I've ever onioned. Okay, let's see. The lie... Okay, let's see. Got some super chats here. I'm just going to read them off. I don't appreciate being bullied because I respect gender pronouns. Love you, Stevie, but not that level of disrespect. Well, it's not even a matter of that, okay? Look, everybody's going to get up my ass about this, whatever. I don't really fucking care. Kai says that they're dysphoric. Well, if you're dysphoric and you hate your body and you're going through all this fucking bullshit, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense for you to take fucking lewd and nude selfies of yourself and sexualize your body, your femininity, to appease, some of the desire that a bisexual female that you're interested in might harbor in you. If you don't feel like you want to be biologically, you want to be physically female anymore, you want top and bottom surgery, you want to transition into being male, then go and do so. Don't take pictures of yourself and shit that show your body off and be like, ooh, look at how hot I am. You get a little slip of some nip or something, or some downstairs, like she was doing with Sarah and shit. That blew any fucking credibility her claims of like, oh, I really am going through all this, guys, had right the fuck out of the water. What it was is that her and Onion saw a fucking new market for an audience and they went right for it. Because they knew they didn't really have to go through with it. They didn't have to go through with a surgery if they didn't feel the need to. Nobody does. So with that caveat in place, it's like, whatever. I can just be a tomboy, say that I'm trans, and I'm going to get this audience. And that's what they did. So, it's one thing if you want to respect their gender pronouns. I don't think anybody in the chat needs to bully you over it. I think that would be really fucked up if people would do that in my chat. And if they're doing that, stop it. Fucking stop doing that. But I personally, because that's how I feel about it, I'm going to call a spade a spade. Okay? I'm sorry. I'm not going to sit there and kiss somebody's fucking ass because they're like, oh, well, you don't know what I go through. See, I cut my hair short. Okay, you cut your fucking hair short. So what? I could then say, what, you're a lesbian because you fucking cut your hair short? No, it's stupid. Unlucky Art in the chat says it best. Kai is just a reverse Jessica Yaniv. Or Jonathan Yaniv, if we're honest here. That's it. It's just like, oh, look at this fucking niche I found myself in. I get a fucking ton of views because a lot of people who are legitimately going through this shit want to look up to somebody like me. They want to feel like they can identify their struggle with what I'm saying I'm going through. And it doesn't matter because I won't ever fucking meet any of these people. It's just more fucking money at the end of the day. It's fucking disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. It's absolutely just fucking sickening. To go through that shit. I've seen people struggle their fucking lives with an identity crisis that pushes them to transition. And now that the accessibility for them to go through these means, if that's what they feel is best for themselves, being easier than ever before, to just exploit the years of psychological hell they had to go through up until that point. That's what fucks me off about that dumb fucking piece of shit the most. And this asshole too, because he signed off on it. He's like, yeah, sure, why the fuck not? Who cares? We're soulless. All we do is cook up drama. September says she has body dysmorphia and Stockholm syndrome. Yeah. Dysmorphia and dysphoria are two different things. Dysmorphia and dysphoria are two different things entirely. And I think that people need to really delineate between the two. Truthfully. Because they are two different conditions. They sound similar, but they're not. But anyway, a lot of people, they shit on me because I made this point in this Fuckheads You Now stream when I crashed it a few months back. And I knew people were going to do it. I made my my apology and explanation video actually before I even went in the stream because I knew he was going to spin it as like some transphobic shit. It's like bullshit, It goes to show what people know about me when they're willing to say that fucking shit. Oh, you're transphobic. You're just going to call them like trannies and shit. You could never be attracted to a trans person. I'm like, yeah, bullshit. You know nothing about me if you're going to say that fucking shit. Absolutely nothing about me. Okay? Fucking. Maybe this is one of the reasons why he got so fucking mad at Blair White. Or if you remember his insane Blair White video. I've never seen that motherfucker that unhinged in my life. Like, he's trying to hold back being unhinged here, but his video at Blair White was, I have never seen him that mad at anyone. Like, fucking the rage in his eyes. And it was like, it was honestly scary. I've never seen him that unhinged. And maybe it was due to the fact that they're a legitimate trans person, a legitimate trans woman, and calling out his fucking wife the way that she did just finally got under his skin because he didn't want somebody at that level figuring it out, being that big of a threat. It's fucking what people like these two do to exploit that community is bullshit. Is an equal opportunity lover. Atticus the Death Matter Blair, I'd hit that. I don't want to risk demonetization, so I'm not even going to say. But that says enough. But yeah, no, North S says he hates Blair. Yeah, he hates her with like a fiery passion. It's fucking nuts. It's fucking absolutely nuts. Like that video, honestly, I was like, holy shit. David Livermore says, reach out to Tommy C. Does Tommy C from SFTP, what, do they want me on there? Because I'll go on. I'd like those guys. I watch those guys. If you guys are watching your fucking video about his military fucking shit, that was very informing. That helped flesh a lot of stuff out because I have no experience with the military per se. Like when I had my job, a lot of it doing in technology. It wasn't in military, so that was an element that was a little bit lost on me when it came to like trying to understand that element. Because when I was doing like the research into his background, that was like kind of like a black hole area, and I didn't feel like having to potentially pay a shitload of fucking fees for like FOIA-ing information because certain things you FOIA, you have the Freedom of Information Act, but they're going to do like a service fee or something on it. Jordan Taylor asks, what's your Myers-Briggs personality type? I have no idea. I'm going to do one of those tests eventually, so when anybody asks me, I can have an answer. But I don't know. I don't know what it is. Isn't that like the introvert-extrovert thing? I'm taking a break from Russet Man here, by the way. I'm just going to focus on some questions and focus on chat for a minute. Umaro998 says, my brother is female to male trans. Kai is not. And that's the thing that really bothers me about people like Kai. You know, they just fucking take people like your brother and just throw them under the fucking bus. Cloud Queen, $5. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I really do. And let me make it known again. If you don't think that you should be tipping because you want to save money, save your money. I don't force people to tip here. If you don't want to, you don't have to. If you want to, you can. I love when people get up my fucking ass and they say, oh, look at all the money you're fucking making. And it's like, I'm not asking people to give me money. I'm not fucking sitting there with some shit on the top of my fucking screen that says weekly fucking, goal. Plants rock. Yes, they do. Who really is this guy? In every video I've ever seen of him over 10 years, he just seems like he's putting on an act. Who is he really in real life? Nothing ever seems real, and it's scary. Love your content. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It does mean a lot to me. I don't know. That's something that I noticed even in the fucking debate, too. What the weirdest part of the debate when I debated this guy was what you didn't see, which was before and after. So, when we're just like in the Google Hangout and then, before and after the stream. And it was weird. Because even then, he was putting on a fucking facade. It's like there's no real Greg underneath all of this. It's just like for the camera 24/7, which is weird. It's just really weird. I don't know how to really describe it, but I've never fucking encountered and ever had a conversation with anybody like that since. I've met people, doing what I do with music and stuff. Hell, even in working in the technology field, some people that work at a corporate level, like a high executive level, I've met people that have basically been just a cardboard cutout of a human being. Where it's hard to determine like where the where the facade ends and the person begins. But, that's because, when you're in those kind of fields, with music or in the professional field, you got to put up a certain face for that, for that work world. But, there is a person underneath it, maybe for some of the people in the corporate world, not a very flattering one, but, a person nonetheless. And with him, it was like, no. But, at worst case scenario, what if this just vitriolic asshole that just is him? What if this really is just the real Greg? Like, there's nothing to him other than just a fucking whiny weirdo with nothing else to fucking give the world besides more problems. And that's it. That's all that's underneath the surface, is what's at the surface. Who knows? Anthony Scioli says, what did you think of the new Joker movie? I finally got to see it, and it was fucking goddamn fantastic. Hollywood, you fucking knocked it out of the park with that, because we went back to movies that were character studies. A lot of the movies in Hollywood that are being pumped out right now, I know, right? Ha ha ha. Even though it's from the games, but whatever. They're just cape shit that just follows a very specific paint-by-numbers formula. And it just, always just bothered the hell out of me that, because of movie scripts being now algorithmically made almost, and that's not even a fucking lie, by the way. They basically take a bunch of scripts that were already for successful movies, put them through some kind of computer algorithm that takes them apart and looks at like, well, what made this particular script and screenplay into a successful film? And that's why all your movies are like homogenously the same these days, especially in horror. With Joker, they said, fuck that. Let's take something like 12 Angry Men or something, make it a character study, so a little bit less than just a traditional movie. I mean, there were the Hollywood elements to it. There were, the movie elements to it. But the fact that you're watching literally this guy's fucking beginning and descent from start to end, holy fuck, they nailed it. That was the kind of experience I haven't had in watching a movie in the longest fucking time. Yeah, this movie deserves all the awards that it's been getting. Not just because I like the Joker as a character, but because they took a fucking risk with how they do movies now. Look and see. I like that name. How hyped are you about the Resident Evil 3 remake? And keep up the good work, rip and tear until it is done. Yes, you know, I'm actually going to be getting a tattoo eventually of the Doomslayer's mark. I want it either on here or on here. I'm not sure which side that I want it on because I'm a tattoo virgin, and I fucking need to kind of pop that cherry. Giggity. Let's see. Stephanie Logan says, cheers to you. Thank you very much. He is responding to the situation without watching any of the videos. He has no clue what's actually going on. I'd watch you respond to him for days. You say it all. Well, if I did it for days on end without a break, you know, I'd probably pass out fucking dead. GG Allen. Somebody says GG Allen in the chat. What, is somebody throwing their own shit all over my chat? Because that man was more animal than man. Didn't fucking Dankula do a Mad Lads on GG Allen? He's a very mad lad. Jennifer Milligan says, love your content. Don't play in the arms of an angel again. Keep up the great content. It was either Arms of an Angel or it was fucking Careless Whisper that fucked my last stream and got it region blocked. I'm going to see if I can't take it into the editor and then block out the audio from there so they can fucking release the claim. Just so you can watch it, because it's like fucking blocked in like so many countries. Greg's screen cap, aliens. Yeah, that's basically what he's saying right now. Hey, hang on.
You can't even call that evidence.
I screwed it up. Oh.
Because first of all, was never my laptop. Laptop that never belonged to me.
There, you can stare at me with your hollow, dead eyes that way. Wait, where was it anyway? If he's got another one, I almost want to just look at that and move on, but... Noticed? Oh, neat. Is he going to stop at some point and actually go to bed? This is fucking incredible. What is this? It's about coronavirus. Oh, that's fucking wonderful. This is a PDF that just got released. Uncanny similarity of unique inserts in the 2019 novel coronavirus spike protein to HIV-1. We are currently witnessing a major epidemic caused by the 2019 novel coronavirus, 2019 NCOV. The evolution of 2019 NCOV remains elusive. We found 4 insertions in the spike glycosaprotein, which are unique to the 2019 NCOV and are not present in any other coronavirus. Importantly, amino acid residues in all the 4 inserts have the identity or similarity to those in the HIV-1 GP120 or HIV-1 GAG. So, great. Let me get all the science bullshit out of the way. Apparently, the fucking actual fucking amino acid structure of fucking coronavirus has now been shown to be similar to that of HIV. What in the fucking hell did you unleash upon the world, China? Oh, that's fucking great. So if you don't eat the soup, you don't eat the bats, you don't catch the cough, you know what? You're racist if you don't just get HIV. What the fucking shit? Jesus fucking Christ. You know, we're doomed. This fucking world is so fucked. Oh my God. What were you people fucking around with? You know, first, you know, it came out that this was potentially released from a biological research lab, hence the fucking get up here. Then they came out and said, well, it came from like bushmeat and stuff because they were making like, you know, meat markets, like street markets and stuff. They were just getting like wild animals and shit and slaughtering them. Like, what in the fuck? Jesus Christ, I'm gonna wake up in the morning one day a fucking zombie. Unless you a zombie.
Hello again.
Ugh, stupid fuck. Wait, where is it? This is literally gonna be my fucking life.
Like a zombie.
Yo, don't joke about zombies. That shit there, that's real.
Yo, you know LaShonda on 120th Street?
Yeah.
She told me that she heard a zombie going through her trash the other day. The next morning, she turned up missing.
What? Okay, back up. How the hell do you turn up missing?
Because nobody knows where you are when they realize you ain't there.
Guys, I'm trying to ask
Okay, whoa. So you telling me that you can appear and disappear at the same time?
No, man, you can't appear and disappear at the same time. The bitch ain't David Copperfield.
Guys.
No. But you can't be gone from one place and show up somewhere else entirely. So when you turn up, you're never missing. And when you're missing, you never turn up.
Unless you a zombie.
Damn!
Unless you a zombie.
Shit right there. You should blog about that.
I'm gonna put that on MySpace.
You do it then.
Oh God, I like the first few of those. The last one funny to me was the fucking one they were ripping on War of the Worlds, and then they just fucking stopped being funny. Like they stopped trying. Yeah, I know. It's called Noticed. Let me see if I can't get that up here. These are great. This is pure entertainment at this fucking point with how stupid this is becoming. Oh, Chucky's back. Guess who's back? Chucky's back. Get your friends and get the fuck out of there.
Someone wrote me. I like talking to you guys directly, so long as you're being civil and reasonable.
You have your comments turned off. Nobody's talking to you except for me shitting on you, which is probably a big waste of my time.
Rumor. I'm genuinely sorry. I believe you now. I have been a victim and thought
he already put this video up.
Something was amiss with you. What changed my mind was Sarah's interview with Chris Hansen.
Yeah, this video's already been up, so why did he put it up again? He put this video up twice.
But that showed her.
Who cares? Who cares? All right. You know. So let's go scare the shit out of ourselves really quick.
I'm Alex Azar, Secretary of Health and Human Services and Chairman of the President's Task Force on the Novel Coronavirus. I'm going to start by turning things over to Dr. Robert Redfield, the Director of the Center's...
Redfield. Can you turn it over to Claire Redfield?
For Disease Control and Prevention to discuss the current situation.
I'm going to turn it over now to Dr. Leon Kennedy.
On the novel coronavirus.
Dr. God.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Let me give you an
I'm not going to lie, I didn't really think that would be the voice that came out of him.
update on the current situation of the novel coronavirus.
It was Austin Fails. It was a screenshot from the PDF that I got. I'm going to see if I can ask in a minute where the fucking original PDF came from.
First, though, I want to emphasize that this is a serious health situation in China, but I want to emphasize that the risk to the American public
is mitigated because my grandchildren, Chris and Claire Redfield, are on the motherfucker.
Currently is low. Our goal is to do all we can do
is put our faith in Wesker
to keep it that way. Second, I want to recognize the concern that the American public may have, and I want to reiterate what I just said. Currently, the risk to the American public is low. As of today, there are nearly 9,700 cases in China with more than 200 deaths. Additionally, currently there are another 23 countries.
And the fucked up part is China's controlling the numbers, so it's more than likely even higher than that.
That have confirmed totally 132 cases. This also includes 12 individuals.
Look at this guy in the background here. He looks like so guilty, like they just know they're hiding the real numbers.
Who have been confirmed in 6 countries who did not travel to China. CDC has launched an aggressive...
Yeah, that's not even worrying at all. People that haven't even been in contact with people who have the disease are now getting the disease. That's not even fucking remotely worrying. Oh my God.
Public health response focused on early case recognition, isolation of those cases identified.
We're going to put a travel ban on China.
And contact,
which, to be honest with you, as fucked up as that sounds, is a solid solution only to try to control it as best as, you know, just one more method to try to control, like, the spread of it.
Contact tracing around those individuals. This response is a layered response.
What's really fucked up about this disease is that one of the things it really fucks with, supposedly, is your respiratory, and having some, especially with allergies, respiratory issues. You know, I'm like, you know, I'm a little nervous. I'm like, great, because of asthma and allergies and pollen, I can barely breathe right as it is. Great, I got another thing to worry about. You know, imagine sucking at life so badly you can't even breathe correctly.
Which includes both targeted airport screening as well as heightened...
Oh, Jesus, somebody coughing in the fucking room.
...education and awareness of...
I would have stopped right then and there and been like, who did that?
...the American healthcare community to be vigilant in ascertaining the possibility of recent travel to China when they are evaluating patients with upper respiratory tract infection. To date, we have confirmed 6...
It's like really fucked too, because it's like, how do you tell like who's got pneumonia and who's got the flu and just bronchitis, and then this fucking plague, you know? Helena E says it's like tuberculosis all over again. Yeah.
Cases of this novel virus in the United States. Most recent case had no travel history to China, but was a close personal contact of one of the previous cases that we had identified through our aggressive contact tracing.
I'm Dave Thomas for the CDC.
In addition, there are currently 191 individuals that are under investigation. Once again, I want to emphasize that this is a significant global situation and it continues to evolve. But I also want to emphasize again that the risk at this time to the American public is low.
You're going to get sick from just a tiny droplet of somebody's cough. Oh yeah, that's not an insignificant risk. The rate of mortality in Wuhan is about 2.2%. Yeah, that's not really that insignificant.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Dr. Redfield.
We're gonna... I gotta know, are the comments Dr. Redfield? Dr. Redfield? Well, let's just hope his gran can save us. Dr. Redfield? Well, let's just hope his grandchildren can save us. Chris and Claire. Everybody's like, there's so many people coughing in there.
I would now like to invite Dr. Anthony Fauci, the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease, to discuss the underlying rationale for the actions that I will be discussing after he concludes. Dr. Fauci?
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
That guy is like shortest one in the room.
The concept that's underlying the action that you'll hear about shortly is the issue of the unknown aspects of this particular outbreak. So let me enumerate just a few of these. I can start off by putting it into perspective by telling you I often get asked, we have an influenza outbreak here. We have about 8,000 deaths already. We have about 100,000 hospitalizations. Why are we paying such attention And why are we doing the kinds of things we're doing here right now?
Why would anybody need to ask that question? Yeah, why are we worried about this new disease that's like fucking the planet in the ass we've never seen before?
Well, the reason is despite the morbidity and mortality with influenza.
In fact, it's because I'm watching this fucking video, I'm feeling a little uncomfortable, you know, with all these people coughing. You know, maybe I should do the right thing, you know, protect myself so I don't get woo flu. You know, it's not that big of a deal, though. It's just in the meat, right? They're saying it's just in bush meat. A research facility in Melbourne, Australia has recreated the virus. Hopefully it helps. Hopefully it does, and hopefully it doesn't accidentally get out of the lab and cause more problems.
There's a certainty, for example, of seasonal flu. I can tell you all guaranteed that as we get into March and April, the flu cases are going to go down. You could predict pretty accurately what the range of the mortality is and the hospitalizations, as we've done over the years. The issue now with this is that there's a lot of unknowns. As you can see just from the media, the number of cases have steeply inclined each and every day. You know that in the beginning, we were not sure if there were...
Is this mask made in China? Fuck no, it's made in Japan, and Japan doesn't like China, so I can at least trust it.
Asymptomatic infection, which would make it a much broader...
Just stop breathing.
...outbreak than what we're seeing. Now we know for sure that there are. It was not clear.
Yeah, because we're getting lied to by a fucking imperialist fucking country that wants to say, oh, we're capitalist commies and shit. No, your top-down infrastructure is totally fucked. And it's the reason the shit got as bad as it fucking did. Because it didn't have any of the infrastructure it fucking needed to handle something like this.
Yeah.
He sounds like Larry David.
Whether
he kind of does.
Asymptomatic person could transmit it to someone while they were asymptomatic. Now we know from a recent report from Germany that that is absolutely the case. There are a number of countries outside of China that have travel-related cases, and now what we're seeing is that there are secondary cases from them, and as Bob mentioned, we also have that in this country.
Clear your throat, man. You need, like, Ricola. Oh, somebody mentioned that. Katie in chat says, this is a conspiracy by Ricola. Marketing ploy to sell cough drops.
The WHO has issued...
Robert Reich says, Stevie, Wuhan virus, its mortality is 2.2, SARS was 9.9. Yes, but again, the thing is, those are the numbers that they're fucking giving us. And I don't trust that country worth a shit. You can trust the North Koreans more than you can trust the fucking Chinese. You know, I'm not trying to shit on Chinese people. But the propaganda machine over there has just been churning it out like a fucking Amish guy churning butter. You know? Oh, we don't eat the dogs over here. Yeah, well, actually, you have a whole dog killing and eating festival, so we know that you do. Oh, we don't eat raw meat. We process the meat. You know, we know that your street vendors literally sell bush meat, which is basically fucking wild animals. You, like, skin and shit. You know, and you sell it at a higher price because it's considered a fucking delicacy. Let's ask Jill Valentine for help. Yes. Naked help.
Public health emergency of international concern declaration. If you put all these things together...
This reminds me of the fucking briefing and fucking beginning of Dawn of the Dead.
I underscore... what Bob said, we still have a low risk to the American public, but we want to keep it at a low risk.
Clear your throat or fucking drink a gallon of water, buddy. Owlet $10 says, please watch Lao Y86's video about the coronavirus, if possible, in this live stream. This needs more attention. He goes into detail about how this came to be so out of control. Okay? I will do that. Because to be honest, I don't want to watch this guy from fucking... Oh, what is that fucking TV show? You mentioned Larry David. I don't want to watch Curb Your Enthusiasm here phlegm about the fucking virus. Blau Y86 exposed, really? Is that really out there? Okay. What is this shit? Why are all these fucking people just like... Okay. Is it the coronavirus lies and truth? Which video? Owlette, if you can post in chat, which video of the two? What do you mean it's expired? It's supposed to not expire. Oh god, am I gonna fucking have to like buy like a non-expiring link? Yeah, I saw. He's just one he's already done. Alright, whatever. I'm just gonna watch this video first. Toss a coin to your virus. Corona plenty. Whoa. Toss a coin, no plague doctor. I'm fucking dying.
We should praise the Chinese.
I will say though, you know, I hope the plague doctor fit does come back. I could finally be in style for once.
Government's swift action during this crisis. No, we shouldn't. When China says everything's being taken care of and to not panic, that is precisely...
Yeah, I'm not panicking over this fucking, like, fucking Umbrella Corporation lab here.
...time that people need to take action into their own hands. We'd be foolish to believe the infection figures that come out of the state media from China.
Owlette, okay, thank you. All right, I got it now.
The cases are now in the high thousands, which means that this disease, in fact, this coronavirus, is more transmissible than SARS. What's even more worrying is that the death rate from this virus seems to be about double the recovery rate, which means that we don't know the actual percentage or odds of fatality from the coronavirus.
And what basically this implies is that they have no fucking idea what this shit is at all.
And we've been seeing videos spreading like wildfire around social media that shed a bit more of a realistic light on how bad it actually is. I've been in constant contact with people in Wuhan.
Why did that guy just fucking collapse in the middle of the street? Alright, I'm gonna blow this up a little bit more. In fact, I'm gonna make it just a little bit bigger, yeah. And then I'm gonna scooch maybe a little bit more this way. Oh, great.
Wuhan, as well as people in affected areas where the government has declared that there are no infected individuals.
Yeah, the fucking level 5 quarantine zone. Yeah, there are no fucking people that are infected there. You don't need to worry about that. What's that? Oh, that's my chair. Okay, hitting my computer tower.
As I stated in my previous video, the situation is, in fact, much worse than is being reported.
God, look at the fucking store. It's just cleared out.
Let's look at a timeline of what happened to see how slowly it's been dealt with and how the information was...
Why is there a big fucking section in the middle of town here that's just a crater? Like, what happened here? Are they just redeveloping this area?
...actively suppressed. On December 8th, the first case was reported in Wuhan. On December 30th, the central government sent a team of experts to Wuhan to investigate. On January 1st, the Chinese government arrested 8 people for talking about the virus.
Oh, it's like Chernobyl all over again. Don't talk about the fucking world fucking affecting event because the government needs to keep its fucking pride. Oh, the fucking hubris of mankind.
The first priority was for the government to crack down on rumors, but the rumors that were being punished were the fact that the virus existed. And was
I've got red on me? Yeah, a little bit. You've got red on you, God.
A threat to actual people. Not the rumors telling people that they would be cured if they drank garlic water. On January 11th...
Why the fuck would you ever drink garlic water? Ew. Like, not even just as some dumb homeopathic fucking remedy, but just like, ugh. That'd be my fucking reaction by anyone offering me some nasty fucking piss water like that.
The first death was reported. On January 14th, media who reported on the cases in Wuhan were arrested.
Are these people just dying in the fucking middle of the street? Is that really how bad this is, where people are just dropping dead in the middle of the street? Jesus fucking Christ.
by police and had their phones and cameras searched for any information regarding the disease.
Oh.
On January 18th, the Wuhan government held a 100,000 person banquet where people all ate from the same dishes, 3 miles from where the virus was confirmed to have come from. This was 2 days after 49 cases had been made public. On January 19th, Chinese officials stated that the disease wasn't very infectious and that there was nothing to worry about.
The disease is not very infectious. That's why we are standing outside of this building with fucking firearms and fucking mop suits like head to toe. Holy shit.
On January 21st, the government held a
Dude, you know what's fucked up is the other night I watched the movie The Crazies. The remake with Timothy Oliphant. People used to say in comments in my older videos I looked like Timothy Oliphant when I had short hair. I didn't personally see it, but I think he's kind of cool, and I like that movie. But it's like, this is reminding me of that fucking movie.
Chinese New Year celebration where multiple performers fell ill, but the state media regarded them as having great spirit because they didn't stop the performance.
God. Oh my fucking Jesus, only in a country like fucking China or North Korea, you know? Jesus fucking Christ. Makes you kind of wonder what the Norks are fucking thinking about it too. Like, yeah, it's really nice, Xi. We're just gonna have to go and build a giant wall around our country and see you next fall.
January 22nd.
You know, I mean, if the North Koreans just like stop doing business with fucking China, then you know things have gotten bad where they're like, we are like the most oppressive state on the fucking planet and we need to fucking cover our asses.
The government asked people in Wuhan to wear masks. However, the rules for mask wearing have just now become an official rule. They have to enforce it through fines because the populace has to be coerced to follow the rules due to lack of education. On January 23rd, the city...
Wow, that didn't backfire on you stupid imperialist dipshits at all. Let's just control the amount of education our people can receive, and we can keep them under control so they can do what the emperor wants. And now look what fucking happens. By doing that, you fucking shot yourself in the goddamn foot because now they don't trust what you're telling them for their own fucking good because they literally don't know any better. Holy fuck. Nice going, Pooh. Nice going, Pooh Bear.
Was quarantined and no one was allowed to leave.
I don't know if I told you guys this story, but there's actually a Chinese restaurant out here that I went to about 6 weeks ago. And I gave a big tip to these people. You know, not only was the food great because they're just fucking great food in general. They had a tip jar and it was just a Winnie the Pooh fucking tip jar. And when I noticed that, I noticed it. I fucking look at the guy behind the register after he taken my order, and I'm like, and he's like, he just gives me a shitty smile, like, well, you know, and he goes off to the kitchen to get my order started, and I'm like, 20. Oh, sorry about that. I had to slap that bitch in because I thought that was funny as fuck. A fucking Winnie the Pooh tip jar. Fucking everybody in there was like Chinese. That was hilarious.
However, 5 million people.
Stevie, by the way, doctors' masks are more about stop spreading than catching. It's meant to catch droplets from breath. Oh yeah, I know. That's why people
had
wear
already
these.
Left. On the same
Poseidon
day,
Chicklin says avoid Chinese food. Well, this was long before this shit fucking even became a thing. You know.
Wuhan airport had closed, but before this, it allowed...
This was like 7 weeks ago. This was a while ago.
...people to board if they had no symptoms like fever. It's important to know that scientists have been saying that people may be able to spread the disease without showing symptoms, yet people were still allowed to board and leave Wuhan. On January 27th, the mayor of Wuhan said he would step down. Now the central government is being lauded as the only government in the world that could have dealt with this so swiftly.
Yeah, your government is a fucking piece of shit. Your government's just handling it the same way the Soviets handled Chernobyl. You know, when Gorbachev had to fucking deal with that shit, he dealt with it fucking, you know... His infrastructure dealt with it fucking terribly because they were afraid of, you know, the Soviets looking like a bunch of fools because their whole system pretty much allowed what happened to happen. Just the massive amounts of incompetence, wanting to cover their asses before actually, having something like with any standardization set in place. Stupid.
The mayor of Wuhan has been chastised, hung out to dry, and is the sole responsible figure for this cover-up. And the rest of China was now allowed to hate him. He was publicly shamed and is quoted in saying that he has to accept full responsibility for what happened. That's the thing.
Oh, hang on, guys.
The government didn't care about the people or the spread of the virus. But I'm not just talking about the Wuhan or Hubei government. I'm talking about the central government. It is now breaking news that the mayor of Wuhan said that Beijing and its rules were partially responsible for this disaster.
Maybe your imperialist fucking commie system is to blame because it's a piece of shit that has no business existing in the fucking 21st century. Maybe you should fucking bail your desire to fucking be dynastic again and fucking let it die in the past. How is this fucking helping you? Your country is fucking loaded with pollution. It's loaded with fucking industrial just overpopulation for like manufacturing and for like fucking chemical processing and shit. Fucking 5 or 6 years ago, do you guys remember the explosion that happened like in the middle of the fucking city? It was like a chemical plant that was like built in the middle of an area where like lots of people live. Shit was like fucking watching it was like a nuke went off in the middle of the fucking city. Just blew the fuck up and killed a whole bunch of people from my understanding. When you've got that kind of just shit just piled on top of each other because your system doesn't want to fucking actually look at how to fix its own goddamn problems. It's just so proud about how it appears to the rest of the world. You need to fucking take that pride and swallow it. Fuck it right to death and get the fucking shit out of here with this imperialistic fucking nonsense. Grow the fuck up. You're goddamn responsible for an epidemic fucking outbreak of a disease that we barely fucking goddamn understand. Okay, that's nice. He responded on my video. I'm bitching about this right now. He can fucking bitch to the wind for a fucking minute. I don't care. This is so stupid. Cures Noir. The Guardian posted an article in 2013 where a doctor predicted coronavirus being the next pandemic. I remember that. I remember after SARS and MERS and shit, they were talking about how coronaviruses can spread and, they can be just as widespread at the fucking as the common cold and shit.
The central government needed to approve the release of sensitive information.
Also, the Wuhan quarantine was announced 8 hours before it took place, which led to 400,000 cars, not people, cars, to leave before the quarantine started. Oh, God. Stevie, did you ever see that thing about how every 20 years a plague emerges? Yeah, that's an interesting phenomenon, really. It is. I wonder if we've ever... What are the longitudinal studies into that? I read that the other day.
Information about the coronavirus, yet he is the one that bears the brunt of this mistake. On January 29th, the government continues to arrest people that speak out about the Wuhan.
You can't say anything about the virus? You're not supposed to let us know, the world know that our imperialistic piece of shit fucking government isn't fucking really worth it in 2020? We're supposed to be kings. We rule the world. We make all the little tinker toys. No, you're shit. You're fucking filling the world with pollution and fucking disease. Grow up. This is so fucking stupid. And I'm not shitting on Chinese fucking people. Okay? I'm shitting on your fucking government. Your government is shit. It provides you people nothing. It gives a fuck about you not at all. It doesn't give a fuck if like hundreds and hundreds of thousands of your people die. Millions of your people fucking die. Because don't they have like a population of like 1 billion something? Just so long as it comes out on top and makes the world think, oh, we really got on top of that disease. Yeah, we really kicked that disease's ass. No, you didn't do shit. You're responsible for this shit getting all over the place through your lack of fucking infrastructure. Oh, fucking Jesus. This just pisses me off because it's just human hubris that just fucks us again. Ugh. It's not It's not the people's fault that the system they're forced to live under is just shit.
Coronavirus. Watching state media in China pick and choose what information is allowed to trickle out to the rest of the world.
And they just torture people, too, for information. Could you imagine if we fucking kidnapped some of the people that do that shit and brought them to this country and just knocked their fucking teeth in with a couple of baseball bats? You know, they torture people for like, what do you know? Why are you fucking torturing a doctor for information because they leaked it to the fucking media? Tough guy. Jesus fucking Christ. This is the world's fucking health standard we're talking about here. I don't want to fucking goddamn die in the next Black Plague because somebody wanted to eat fucking bat soup. Because they don't have any other alternative. Jesus. You ever seen the videos of them taking fucking sludge out of the goddamn sewers and shit and putting it in food?
It's like watching someone trying to drain an ocean with a drinking straw. Media on all levels from all countries are now congratulating the Chinese government in its swift efforts to...
Yeah, because the media is just a bunch of fucking ass kissers. And where's fucking... I saw that comment. Hang on. Where's Greta Thunberg fucking bitching about this? Thunberg, whatever her fucking name is. Where's your fucking statement about this, kiddo? Please watch Serpensna? Okay, whatever the fuck. I'll look at his video. Hang on. He was associated with this. All right. 7 hours ago?
Transparency.
Oh, yeah. This was the guy I watched earlier today. I didn't even know that was him.
Transparency. We need transparency in order to deal with this current situation.
Damn it, your intro's cool.
So by now you've undoubtedly heard that right in the beginning, a number of people were arrested for spreading rumors when they first tried to discuss the fact that there was a new virus going around in China. Turns out these people were all doctors. And we're going to talk about one doctor in particular. And his name is Li Wenliang. Now, I have a screenshot here from the doctors group that he was in. And he basically said, you know, guys, coming out of this seafood market,
somebody just messaged me and they're like, hey, are you at the Black Flag show? And now I'm bummed that I didn't even know there was a Black Flag show fucking happening. God damn it.
7 cases of SARS. He actually says SARS. And then he shows like an X-ray or an MRI scan of a lung to basically show the respiratory issues. And he's like, you know, don't spread this around, but, you know, take care of your family, etc., etc. And he even mentions that this is a coronavirus. And then he gets invited, as we say, to tea by the police. Now, if we take...
Oh, yeah, that's a real nice... Oh, we're just going to invite you for a little tea. You know, you're just going to have like a nice little tea ceremony, and we're going to break your kneecaps with nightsticks, and you're never going to be seen or heard from anybody again. Because you talked about the Wu flu. Yeah, you're going to go out for tea, and you're never going to be seen again.
Take a look at this document here from the police station. It's actually quite ridiculous. It's like
Why the fuck are... First off, why the fuck are there bloody thumbprints on this?
A written warning. And at the end of it, you can see they actually write, you know, if you continue to, you know, do these illegal...
Nice fucking extortion, China.
Spreading of rumors.
The benevolent emperor's extortion attempt.
Then you're going to face the full brunt of the law. Do you understand? And then he says, I understand, written there with his fingerprint on it, etc. Now, because he's a doctor...
Why are there bloody fingerprints on this document?
Doctor, and of course they need doctors in this dire situation, he went back to work. And on the 8th of January, after contact with the patient, he actually contracted the virus and has been in the ICU under intensive care since the 24th of January, where he still continues to fight for his life. Now, this is one of the 8 doctors who were arrested for so-called spreading...
We're fucked.
...rumors in the beginning.
We're fucked.
You see, this is what we're dealing with here. We are dealing with a situation...
Robert Reich says, China needs to be sanctioned. China needs to be sanctioned like a motherfucker anyway. Like, why hasn't the UN sanctioned the ever-living shit out of China by now anyway? Like, I don't understand. Like, literally, it's just this country that's just spewing fucking poison into the fucking atmosphere, you know, and nobody cares. And then something like this happens, and everybody just lines up to place their lips directly onto their asshole and kiss them with, "Oh, you're doing the right thing."
Situation where professional doctors are being silenced and arrested and forced to sign stupid little written warnings in order to prevent the spreading of truth.
Yeah, they're just shaking the guy down with intimidation.
There's a lot of misinformation and nonsense going on at the moment, deflections and diversions that are trying to justify why the Chinese government dealt with the virus the way it did, or why this isn't as bad as people make it out to be. And all of it is very detrimental to the well-being and safety of everybody, not just in China, but the whole world.
But what does China give a shit about the whole world? You know, the way a fucking empire works is if the empire is the only thing that's left in the world, if everything's honky-dory, right? I mean, how do we know that they didn't even just allow this shit to perpetuate outward on purpose anyway? You know? I mean, look at just the spread of this thing, and coming out of a country that wanted to start a whole bunch of problems on and off for everybody the way that their government wanted to. I mean, how do we know this isn't like... You know, how do we know this isn't some kind of like the beginning of something? You know, because I said, I think it was in one of the streams a while ago when everybody was worried World War III was going to start with fucking Iran. You know, everybody was worried about that fucking shit. I'm like, don't even worry about it. It's not that big of a deal because even Iran wanted that guy gone. You know, if this shit happened with China, you know, then you'd really worry. And guess what? Like 3 weeks after it's out of the fucking news cycle and nobody gives a shit anymore, look what comes out of China.
Whataboutism is the first thing I'm going to talk about. Ever since releasing any information about this coronavirus...
Don't archive what you gonna do when they cough on you. I'm probably gonna die about a week later.
...dated with comments telling me that it's not serious. Oh, American people die of the flu. 80,000 people died in America of the flu. But this coronavirus only killed 100 and something people. It's not that serious. Bullshit.
There's videos of people that I saw in the previous video just dying in the street. What is it? What?
Now, this is the biggest worry to me, is that people are now relaxing. They're playing it down. It's not a big deal. More people die of the flu. Let me first of all dispel these myths. The flu is something that we know how to deal with. We have vaccines for the flu. The flu is a worldwide phenomenon. Every country knows about the flu. Every country is prepared to deal with the flu. The flu is also something very different to the coronavirus. The number of people that have to be hospitalized and put into ICU because of the flu is a very small percentage to the same amount of people that have to be hospitalized and put into the ICU for the coronavirus. This is what's going to be the big problem the world will have to deal with if it gets out of hand.
Yeah?
But let's talk about the numbers.
In other words, no fucking shit.
People keep throwing this thing about, oh, in China, there's so few deaths from flu. That is also bullshit. In fact, China has a much larger number when it comes to deaths related to flu. But I asked my wife, because she's a Chinese doctor, I asked her, why is it that China only reports 43 or 53 deaths a year from flu?
Because they're too prideful about their stupid fucking system. They don't want to ever have to be wrong. It's the same way it's the same reason that fucking Russia handled Chernobyl so fucking badly. The Soviets handled it so badly. They didn't want to accept the fact that, you know what, it was our lack of standardization and actually giving a fuck about the problems that led us here that caused it all to happen. So we just had to push it under the rug. And it's like, no, you got a reactor core belching out radiation all over the planet, you know. Jesus Christ. It's like systems like this only realize how inefficient they are, it seems, when something finally kicks them in the ass.
But in the rest of the world, we see these massive numbers, like in America, 50,000, 80,000 a year. And, well, she explained it to me very simply. When somebody goes to the hospital in China with a complication, let's say heart disease or pneumonia or, you know, any other ailment, and they contract the flu, which then exacerbates that ailment and eventually leads to death. On the death certificate, they will write down the cause of death as heart disease or pneumonia or whatever that pre-existing condition was.
That's fucked up.
Not as death from the flu. However, in countries like America, if somebody goes in, they have a pre-existing condition, but they die due to complications brought on by the flu, on their death certificate it will be written, death due to complications brought on by influenza. And so it's marked down as a death caused by flu. That's why we have such high numbers. And in China, there are almost no numbers when it comes to deaths. So this whole...
So they just fucking off because they... Oh, Jesus. So then that means the numbers are going to be like twice as high as what they are in reality. Oh, God.
Idea of, oh, it's worse in America and it's okay in China is a bunch of bollocks anyway, because the numbers of deaths...
It's a bunch of bollocks. It is, though. It is.
In China, although we don't have the actual numbers, is, without a doubt, vastly higher than in the rest of the world due to the...
Chioma says, I'm confused. Why would you want to eat bats? I don't know, and it looks so gross, too. It looks like some kind of puke broth with a bat chilling in it. If you see the bat soup, it's so fucking nasty. I don't know why anybody would want to eat it. It's nasty.
The large population. That's not the point, though.
It almost looks like a food you'd try to eat just purely on a dare. You know, like, would you eat like a bull testicle or something? You know, like some kind of fear factor sort of shit.
People trying to spread this misinformation are actually doing a disservice to everyone by making them feel that it's okay, that they can relax. It's not that serious. The next problem is that anyone who talks about this or tries to bring up the severity of the situation, because right now we're dealing with a big misinformation campaign from the Chinese government, and at the same time we're dealing with unscrupulous scammers, Daigou, which
thoroughly unscrupulous,
which are parallel traders, and, you know, various, how can we say, opportunists who are taking advantage of the pain and suffering of the Chinese people at the moment by selling them fake masks, reused masks.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, thanks for that, asshole. I get to wake up a zombie because you want to take advantage of people. Oh, Jesus. You'd figure a global pandemic, you know, the zombie, the fucking scammers of zombie apocalypse, you know, the scammers would be like, you know, maybe we should wait until this blows over and then exploit whatever the fuck is left, you know, instead of just rocketing right into the apocalypse.
Heavily marked up masks. All of this stuff needs...
Stevie, do you want to have a laugh? China banned the sale of all bushmeat after the Wuhan epidemic was made public. Yeah, boy, I wonder why the fuck they did that. I wonder why the fuck they did that.
To be exposed and talked about. But if you talk about the very, very real things that are demonstrably proven, you are labeled a racist if you are not Chinese. There's a phenomenon in China, something that's all too familiar with.
That's funny that you're racist. That's funny that you're fucking racist for calling something out, which is affecting the entire fucking planet.
Talk about real societal issues, the sort of issues that affect everyone in China. My wife, my Chinese family, my Chinese friends, clients and co-workers, even other foreigners in China, be it shortcomings of public hygiene, traffic, fake medicine, pollution, kidnapping, human trafficking, you name it.
Why can we be so bad? We have a city full of nice neon. We look like we're Blade Runner. Yeah, and that's it. That's all you got. Your whole fucking system is crumpling down around you, despite all your pretty shiny fucking neon lights and shit. You know, it's like when I went to Dubai years ago, part of my previous gig, and God, it's like that kind of shit really manipulates people in the world who have never been there into thinking things are so much better than they actually are. It's like, oh yeah, but the UAE has tons of money, and you know, it's like, look at that big fucking place. It looks like fucking Blade Runner and shit. And it's like, yeah, it only looks that way. It's just a fucking facade. Some of the most developed looking places in the world are actually just complete and total bullshit under the surface.
Immediately attacked by Chinese nationalists and apologists, trying to deflect and dilute the truths.
The emperor's royals will fucking come to get you.
Of what I say through whataboutism.
And that building right there, the big blue one in the middle, looks like a giant spiky bong, to be honest.
And accusations of racism. You see, Chinese society as a whole has been shaped through education and government programs to react in a knee-jerk manner.
Look at all that nice gooey skyline of pollution.
They are taught that foreigners are the root of all problems through years of past humiliation, etc., etc., and that if a foreigner says something bad about China, you are to take that as a personal attack against you and your entire nation. You are told...
What's to be proud of? You're fucking run by a Pooh Bear that caused a fucking goddamn massive epidemic breakout of a disease we barely understand to happen through a complete and total dog shit infrastructure.
That foreigners can never understand China because they're not Chinese. As if somehow the color of your skin magically imbues you.
What's to understand about China? China gave up a lot of its historical fucking stuff from the past to Taiwan. If you actually want to see stuff that's actually from China's history, you have to go to Taiwan because they didn't hold on to any of it. China wanted to be the fucking world's manufacturing plant. You don't have to be Chinese to understand that. And it sucks that they did that shit. It's bullshit that they did that shit. You know, they want to be so fucking proud about who the fuck they are and where the fuck they came from. And they're like, yeah, well, let's go manufacture a fucking history and then identify with that more than the one we actually came from. It's like, look at the Polish. They got defeated a bunch of times in history, but they're not going to sacrifice who the fuck they are as people because of it.
With secret knowledge and understanding. Now that's racist.
It's funny that China looks like Blade Runner because in that movie, the world pretty much went to shit. Yeah, and the sequel, that's why the whole area from the first movie was under the fucking desert, basically.
If you ask me. This is why.
By the way, really quickly, to confirm this, don't the Aliens movies, like Aliens, you know, those films with the xenomorph thing, don't those take place in the Blade Runner universe?
Logic and reason is presented by a foreigner. It will be answered with hate, personal attacks, attempted character assassination, and cries of racism.
Well, guess what? I'm not eating bat soup, so you can call me a racist all you want. I'm not racist about Chinese people, and I'm not racist at all. So it's your system that sucks. It's a piece of shit top-down imperialist infrastructure. You know, if you want to defend it, you're defending it because you're born into it and you don't know anything else. It's not my fault. You know, you want to get all mad at me about it. I'm not eating a bat. Okay? I'm not having the soup of the day a la Ozzy Osbourne, okay? And why would you want to eat a bat anyway? Bats are cute. They're like little puppies that fly around and shit. Have you ever seen a bat? They're fucking adorable. Like when they're like, you can actually get bats as pets. It's fucking cute. I want one. I have no idea what the fuck I would do for it. And I know I'm never going to get one. Just like I want a sloth as a pet because I think sloths are adorable.
If a Chinese person presents the same logic and reason, he's either taken seriously or arrested by the government for disrupting the harmony of society. Because...
yeah, the harmony of society, oppression, society. We live in a society.
The government knows that Chinese people will be forced to consider his words, rather than just dismiss him as another racist foreigner. The disinformation within China is so great, and the level of insulation so severe, that you have Chinese people going online and stating absolute mistruths as fact.
Chinese don't eat dogs.
That is a lie.
Yeah, big fucking lie.
It is illegal to eat wild animals in China.
That is also a lie.
So I want to clarify that Chinese people don't eat dogs.
Yeah, I do.
That is a lie. How is it that people can be so ignorant about their own country?
It's not so much ignorance. It's more like, it's like with the Philippines and stuff. You get a lot of people that are Filipino in this country that don't talk shit about the fuckhead leader they have over there who's driving around on his motorcycle pretending he's fucking Judge Dredd just for shooting drug dealers and also political dissidents and anyone he doesn't like, only because they got family over there and they don't want to risk those family members getting hurt if ever that makes it back, you know, to the home country, because it's just been nepotistic asshole after nepotistic asshole after nepotistic asshole. You know, these people probably know full well they do this shit because they're right in front of it all the time, but they're not gonna say anything about it because they know what'll happen if they don't. It's fucking bullshit. You know, that's why we need to like get a United Nations. It's not the piece of shit that it currently is, and one that actually can be worth a fuck and sanction the fuck out of governments like this. So we sanction them right the fuck out of the world. It's ridiculous.
Is it racist to say that Chinese people eat dogs? No, it is merely factual. Chinese people do in fact eat dogs. There's a dog meat festival once a year, for heaven's sake.
That is something we need to cancel, because that's fucking disgusting.
Chinese don't eat dogs.
I've personally seen in film
Yeah, you do.
hundreds of dog meat restaurants. There are dog meat restaurants in Beijing, the capital, Shanghai, and every single city in China, north, south, east, west, and central.
Yeah, you guys need to stop eating dogs, because to be honest, if a, stray, missile just, kind of fell off course and, I'm not going to really lose too much sleep over it, because how in the fuck is it that you're so disgusted? Oh, and you're going to say stupid shit like, well, what about a fucking cow or a pig or something like that? Okay, guess what? We've colloquialized eating these animals. We haven't colloquialized eating dogs, and we shouldn't. Okay? Oh, God, you end up having such a fucking uphill argument with people like that.
Dogs are our good friends, and we will certainly not hurt them.
Okay, and yeah, any POWs countries like you get are certainly your good friends, and you don't torture them to a fucking inch of their life.
Let alone to eat them.
The fact is that hundreds of millions of Chinese people do eat dog. But is it racist to call
the USA has dog-eating festivals? I hope not. I hope people aren't doing sick shit like that here.
Random Chinese people dog eaters? Yes, I would say so. And although racism is perhaps not the correct term to use here, it is still very nasty and discriminatory.
To show your racism.
The majority of Chinese people I know...
If you don't get this disease, you're a racist. Embrace the cough. And how I learned to love the cough.
Do not eat dogs. However, I do know many Chinese people that do eat dogs. Is it racist to say...
I've heard dog meat is really gross anyway. Like, it's like somebody just burnt the shit out of a bunch of roast beef.
French people eat snails? Escargot? No.
I've had escargot. I gotta be honest with you. Wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. This year on the boat, they had it, and I was like, I'll give it a shot. I kind of liked it. It wasn't as gross as I mean, it's one of those things where it's like just a 1 in a million, just you gotta fucking just take a stab at it and just do it. I'm like, all right, boom, boom. And I'm like, you know what? That isn't bad. I figured it could have been a billion times worse. It's not. The sauce that it came with and everything was really good. I'm like, okay. It's like,
it's factual.
I had a wonderful fucking steak too that night too. Because there were like 2 different areas for eating. They've got the regular buffet and stuff, and then they have an actual dining hall they do like once a night. I got to do the Viking dinner one year that they have. It's a bunch of drunk metalheads and shit doing that shit. Especially if they do it one year and they got a monomarth on. Oh God, could you imagine what the fuck that would be like?
But to call a French person...
What happened in the mosh pit? It wasn't a mosh pit. We just rode.
A snail eater is not cool. I think you understand my point. We are facing a massive problem here at the moment. And of course, this is going to lead to uncomfortable situations. But it doesn't mean that you shouldn't act accordingly.
Angel Feather. Basically, what they're doing, Angel, is that they're capturing a lot of animals in the wild, like bats, whatever wild fucking, venison that they can get their hands on. Stuff like that, roadkill all much. They're just fucking throwing it into just a big splotchy soup just because it's meat. It's good God.
You see, if the roles were reversed.
Manic Mode says, I love deer meat, to be honest. I've had that. I've had buffalo. I've had a lot of different kinds of meat because, I'm apparently a filthy degenerate. And honestly, deer meat's really fucking good. Lamb. I like lamb.
And it was the coronavirus coming out of America. It would be very difficult to identify who is American and who isn't, because America's got such a diverse society. You've got black people, brown people, yellow people, green people, whatever kind of people. So if you see...
Look, I'll be honest with you, dead ass. If you came walking around a corner and you were green or purple or orange or bright ass fucking pink like fucking Onion's face when he sits out in the sun too much over your whole body, I'm not going to discriminate against you. But I am for sure going to take your fucking ass right to a goddamn hospital, because why the fuck are you walking around green? I'm sorry. You know, I don't discriminate against anyone. Hey, it's not discriminating. I'm looking out for the fucking guy. He looks like a goddamn fucking green bean fucking over there. There's got to be a reason. Maybe he sat next to a fucking radioactive, like, energy core too long. Jesus.
See someone on the street of your
Guy fucking purple. Maybe you should fucking untie his fucking tie. He's got it tied on too fucking tight.
You wouldn't be able to point at them.
But, you know, no comedic timing, because I don't know what I'm doing, since I don't arbitrarily call myself a comedian or an entertainer. That's the caveat.
And say, he's American. Because, like I said, it's difficult to prove. However, because you only get Chinese people in China, it's very easy to point to an Asian person and guess that they could perhaps be Chinese. And this is, of course, leading to a lot of uncomfortable situations, where people are seeing an Asian person, no matter if they're from Thailand or Japan or wherever it is, and immediately presuming that they could possibly carrying this coronavirus. Now, this is what we want to try and avoid. But at the same time, we should not be so stupid as to avoid taking precautions. If you
don't let your guard down, but don't... Okay, so he's just going to finish it. Basically, don't let your guard down, but don't be judgmental, I guess that's his point. Oh, boy. Well, you know, now that I'm all nice and scared, I mean, you know. Oh, great. I go to Resident Evil theme remix, and that's the picture that shows up. Yeah, I just feel so comfortable listening to all that shit. Oh, I'm not worrying at all. I'm not worrying that, you know, our country is underestimating the fucking problem here completely, and that when it finally hits our fucking shores, we're gonna be, like, fucked beyond belief. Oh. Also, let me tell you this. Once you wear one of those masks for a while, like I just did, and you take it off, the world smells way different. Oh. Oh. Oda.
Oh, were you doing an Angie? Don't talk me, I angry. Were you angry? Who will protect me from the zombies? Will you fight zombies with Daddy? Say hello. Say hello. Say hello. Hello. I am Koda. I own this motherfucker. My little baby. My little babies. My soft, fluffy babies.
It makes me sound like Herbert, and I don't want to sound like that holding a cat. Are you gonna step on the onion? Oh, I didn't realize she's being covered by the umbrella logo. It's kind of huge on my screen. I love this fucking outfit, by the way. I think it came out pretty fucking good. Because it's not just the best. Okay, I'm gonna get out of this fucking getup now, because this thing is like fucking baking. But yeah, I don't know if you can see that. I've got the bioweapons. Fucking shit like that. It's fucking neat. Ugh. They have gotten the shirt maybe a little too tight. Ugh. Ugh. And the shirt itself actually has got patches on it too, by the way. So it's not just completely without those. Got the one on the side and got the two over here. And then I've got these pins that were from a Japanese gacha machine over there. And they were like the two rare ones to get that were from Resident Evil. I thought that was pretty cool. I got them one right after the other. Like, what are the odds? Ugh. I gotta get this fucking outfit off because this thing's hotter than fuck. Or just like the shirt and the fucking vest. Oh man. After sitting under those lights. Unbutton. Now I feel like a person again. Alrighty. Bring that down. I'm hungry as fuck. Unknown Archive, I'm right there with you. Why your butt smell like, boy? Why do you want to know what my butt smells like? Probably smells like swamp ass right now after fucking wearing that goddamn thing. Reblog if you have used dude as a non-gender specific term. I said it to a faucet today. Having also grown up in California, I can attest that dude can be anything. Males are dude, females are dude, my phone is dude, that cat over there is dude. That green light that only lasts long enough for one car to pass is dude. The entire population of the world and all of their belongings are all dude. That is true. That is very California, dude. Ugh. Yeah, he's going to keep doing it. He's just going to keep uploading. He's just going to fucking keep uploading over and over and over and over. And just fucking waste people's time. He's got another one more than likely. I'm not going to respond to it, but I'm just going to look. I'm not going to waste my time. If they get good and he starts, like, losing his fucking mind, I'll look, but, you know. No, it's, like, from an hour ago. He's going to keep going over and over and over until he just either passes out or he just fucking has, like, a mental breakdown. You know, so it's just going to be the same shit. I don't know why anybody expects anything different. Can you watch What's Up? He's butthurt over the Repsion backing. Backing? What do you mean backing? Violence was pre-Machine Head. Yeah, they were, because Rob Flynn was in them. And Violence is fucking amazing. They did... Am I working? Am I working? Are you hearing anything? There we go. Oh, boy. Okay, so yeah, no, it was like, oh, your device malfunctioned and Windows doesn't recognize it. I'm like, because you're not trying to. I'm plugging it back in, motherfucker. But yeah, no, they played on the boat this year, and it was fucking incredible. Their fucking drummer was fucking killing it. Hold up. I hear you, bear. He needed pets. Oh, he went up on. He was pissed off at Repsion's GoFundMe. Well, guess what? If you don't want somebody to have to recuperate your fucking funds, don't fucking make somebody have to spend through money frivolously. You're mad somebody got support. Well, guess what? The whole reason they needed it was your fault, idiot. Don't do the things that piss you off. I don't know what else to fucking say. I hear you, bear. Oh, are you giving me a foot? Were you doing me a foot? Are you a foot? I am a foot. Go to H3's latest podcast at 1 hour and 38 minutes. It's pretty funny. Okay. Why? What are they talking about? Oops, H4. I should start one. H4. Nobody will fucking watch it. The one from 2 days ago?
2.
One hour and 8 minutes and 38. Oh, I watched that already earlier where they were talking about it. It was on the best of the coronavirus. Should you be worried? You know, yeah. Alright, let me put that there. And
I pardon her.
We're clearing her.
Yeah, she's pardoned. Okay, go ahead with the sting, guys. We're moving on to our next topic, the coronavirus.
yeah, I saw this already. It's pretty long. They talk about it for almost an hour. Let me see if I can turn off the display capture. I don't get a hall of mirrors when I move my stuff. God, you get enough headroom on a fucking shot like that, it makes you inadvertently look really short. Weird. Perspective change. Oh, better read about it. Uh-oh, it's not playing. Uh-oh, did my fucking MIDI crash? Nope, still out. Russet Ranch. He's having a bipolar manic episode. He'll be posting, oh, they had it. Yeah, the song was funny. Corona. My Corona. They had that on their fucking... Aubrey M says, hey Stevie, I had to get off because my anxiety is really bad. Thanks for an awesome stream tonight. Yeah, not a problem, man. Take time for yourself. Always take time for yourself. Why should we leave anything the NSA says they're crooks? I don't. I know better. Stevie, did you see the Windows 10 government warning? Yeah, and it's actually a real... So that thing was actually real due to a huge security flaw in Windows 10. It was also causing a bunch of memory leaks for people that use Windows 10 as well. Causing a bunch of fucking problems for people. It was more or less just like a big security flaw because Microsoft, in its fucking infinite wisdom, decided to completely botch, you know, their own OS. And it's 9:02. I think I'm going to make myself some snackage and take a little bit of personal time to myself now. Because not only am I hungry and I need some snack because I kind of skipped over lunch doing the stream today, I just kind of want to take it easy for a little bit. So, we talked about fucking Russet Man. And unless he's having a fucking mental breakdown, and I'm not going to really give too big of a fuck about his videos now. And I'm going to make me some food and hop on off for a little bit. Noir Boy asks, have you heard the new Doom Eternal OST? It's out already. Some tracks of it have been leaking, yeah. It's fucking amazing. It's fucking amazing sounding. It's great. Little T-Pose says, I'm still on Windows 7. Well, Windows 7, yeah, Windows 7 isn't even supported by Microsoft anymore, so that sucks. God damn it, go back. I'm trying to look at something here. Alright. Quit skipping meals. Yeah, I need to. I need to stop doing that. It's not good. Alright, you guys take care. I'm gonna hop on off for a little bit. And, like I said, unless he's fucking planning on having a shootout with the FBI, probably gonna call it a night. So, just relax for myself. Anyway, take care, guys. I'll see you later on. Thanks for coming out for the stream, and I'll see you.